Chapter 244. Spiritual Pulse. The Jew Wuching was back. Could it be that Longchen was dead? Everyone's heart sank. Even Jian Shisan's face turned pale. The disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan were even more flustered. They shouted in panic, "It's over, it's over. We're all going to die here." Why did Longchen do this? Why did we listen to him and stay in the array? Ao Sanxiong looked at the Jew Wuching outside the cave residence and said in a low voice, "Longchen said that every moment counts. He'll be back in a few days." Back? The disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan shouted, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Back? Even if he's not dead, will he come back to commit suicide? A few days, 5 days, 10 days, or wait until the secret realm opens? What can he do in this time? Can he really defeat the Jew Wuching now? Moreover, I think he's already dead outside. These people were already a little crazy. Their fear of the Jew Wuching made them feel a little uneasy. Jian Shisan was silent. He held the long sword on his back tightly in front of his chest and did not say a word. Marquis Fengqing was silent for a moment. Then he said in a low voice, "The Jew Wuching didn't even have a scratch on him, and the time was too short. If Longchen and Yi Hailan fought with all their might, it wouldn't be so easy. Longchen and Yi Hailan are definitely not dead. There are only 3 possibilities now. First, Longchen escaped with Yi Hailan, and the Jew Wuching couldn't chase after them. However, the Jew Wuching's first target was Longchen. Even if Longchen escaped, he would choose to continue chasing after him. Secondly, Longchen and Yi Hailan are dead. They were killed effortlessly in Jew Wuching. Thirdly, Longchen has found a way to delay the Jew Wuching incident for a few days. As he said, he will be able to find a way to solve the problem of Jew Wuching. Fengqing Ho's eyes flashed. Just by relying on the words of Longchen and the others, as well as the current state of the Jew Wuching, he was able to deduce these things. It was truly rare. Rumble. The earth shook violently, interrupting everyone's train of thought. Jew Wuching swung his saber again and again. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sinister smile. Longchen is dead, and so is Yi Hailan. How much longer can you hide? When I break the formation, I'll torture you to death one by one. Jew Wuching's voice sounded like a demon's. Countless she-fire beasts on the mountain walls were also frightened. They rushed out of the caves one by one and charged towards Jew Wuching. Jew Wuching's eyes were bloodshot and filled with brutality. He continued to slaughter these demonic beasts. Ao Sanxiong said in a deep voice, "If you go out now, only death awaits you. Since I promised Longchen to guard this place, as long as there is a fire seed, this formation will not stop." However, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Jew Wuching actually said that Longchen was dead. On the other side, under the Fire Crow's nether cave, a man and a woman were hugging each other tightly under the glaring red light. Underneath them were pieces of blood-red crystals. If one looked closely, one could see that the crystals were burning fiercely. Yi Hailan's clothes were all gone. His perfect body was tightly pressed against Longchen's chest. On the other hand, Longchen's hands were tightly pressed against her perfect waist. However, his hands were dripping with blood. Yi Hailan lifted her face from Longchen's chest. When she saw Longchen's current appearance, her heart could not help but tremble. She bit her lower lip tightly. At this moment, Longchen's body was covered with deep wounds. They were caused by the countless fire crows. If it were not for the scales covering his body, his injuries would be even more terrible. Now she knew why Longchen hugged her so tightly. This was to minimize the damage that the fire crows could do to her. But why did he do this to her? Cough, cough. Longchen suddenly coughed. Yi Hailan was shocked. She quickly jumped up and left Longchen's chest. Now she realized that she was not wearing any clothes. There were only a few pieces of burned black rags. Then, with a flash of light in her hand, she quickly took out a set of clothes and put them on. "You're not injured this time. However, you're really beautiful this time." Just as Yi Hailan turned around, she saw Longchen staring straight at her as he muttered under his breath. In a moment, Yi Hailan's entire face was as red as iron. However, her voice was as cold as ice. It was extremely discordant. You, what did you see? Long Chun coughed twice, but he could not stop laughing. It was as if he did not care about the injuries on his body. This was because he knew that with the bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon, his injuries would heal in less than 3 days. Furthermore, he was currently standing on a fire attribute spiritual vein. You knew that there was such a place under here? However, there are so many fire crows above us. There's no way we can climb out. It's as if we're trapped here. Yi Hailon coldly snorted. She glared at Long Chun and changed the topic. There's actually a fire attribute spiritual vein here. If the 5 great sects find out that there's such a spiritual vein here, I'm afraid everyone will go crazy. They'll even spare no effort to make this place see the light of day again. Long Chun nodded. Naturally, he knew how tempting this spiritual vein was to the 5 great sects. On the other hand, just as Yi Hailon had said, if they wanted to climb out from here to the surface, which was 10,000 meters away, they would probably be sliced into pieces by the fire crows. Unless an immortal soul 3rd-level cultivator had the ability to fly in the air, there was no chance of survival. However, Long Chun did not care. He gestured for Yi Hailon to help him up. Seeing that Yi Hailon walked over reluctantly and supported him, Long Chun could not help but laugh again. In his previous life, this scene was not like this. Instead, he was supporting Yi Hailon. That time, he was the one who killed the Ju Wuqing. Yi Hailon's injuries were also completely healed after returning to the sect for a full month. What are you laughing at? This place is littered with bones. I'm afraid there are hundreds of people who have accidentally entered and died here. Do you know how to leave or not? Hearing Yi Hailon's question, Long Chun's lips curled into a faint smile. He casually took out a set of clothes and put them on. In a low voice, he said, "It's very simple. These tens of thousands of fire crows have gathered here because of the fire attribute spiritual vein below our feet. If this spiritual vein completely disappears, then there won't be any fire crows here anymore." Yi Hailon glared at Long Chun and said, "Do you even need to tell me that? Who doesn't know that fire crows like fire?" Originally, all the great sects thought that there was a land of fire below, and these fire seeds were formed by the power of countless sea of lava. However, no one would have thought that there was actually an entire fire attribute spirit vein here. However, it's impossible for the 2 of us to make this huge spiritual vein disappear completely. Even if hundreds of people were to dig every day and night, I'm afraid it would take several months. Chapter 245. She still cried. One person, for a few days? Yi Hailon shuddered and asked, "What did you just say?" Long Chun smiled and said, "I said that I can make this fire-type spirit vein lose all its spirituality in a few days." As soon as Long Chun finished speaking, he stopped in his tracks. He bent down and picked up a jade slip from one of the skeletons. The skeleton seemed to be holding onto the jade scroll tightly, unwilling to let go. Long Chun shook his head and sighed. He handed the jade scroll to Yi Hailon and said, "This is the second half of the stone wall." Yi Hailon's eyes narrowed. He quickly took the jade scroll and used his divine will to enter it. Long Chun stood aside and did not disturb Yi Hailon. He knew how important this jade scroll was to Yi Hailon. The 1,000 body and the 7 body were the reasons why Yi Hailon became the holy maiden of the 5 sects. However, this was both a gift and a curse. The 1,000 body was a special body type. Once the 7 body was awakened, the person would lose all 7 emotions and 6 desires. But their cultivation would increase at a terrifying speed. Their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. But Long Chun knew that at that moment, they would not be considered a complete person. Yi Hailon looked high and mighty and unapproachable, but her heart was weaker and more helpless than anyone else. She was afraid of the awakening of the 7 body. She was afraid of becoming a person who would not recognize herself. She was afraid of becoming the holy maiden of the 5 sects. This was probably why she fell here and why she hugged Long Chun so tightly. Whether it was in her previous life or this life, perhaps at that moment, she did not intend to continue living. Long Chun looked at Yi Hailon as if he was staring at the most beautiful star in the night sky. All of Yi Halen's attention was focused on the jade slip. Soon, her eyes lit up and her expression became unprecedentedly joyful. She couldn't help but smile happily like an iceberg. There really was a way to suppress the seven body in this jade scroll. Yi Halen's laughter reverberated in the empty space. Her face was red under the reflection of the fire attribute spirit vein, making her look even more seductive. Long Chen stood in front of her and felt her joy. He also felt her despair when she awakened the seven body in her previous life. Long Chen clenched his fist and a cold light flashed in his eyes. After a while, Yi Hailon suddenly stopped laughing. She stared at Long Chen and said resolutely, "I will repay you with my life." Long Chen stared at Yi Hailon and said, "Long Chen, why would I want your life? Why don't I hug you? Why don't you let me kiss you?" In his previous life, Yi Hailon could not help but pounce into his arms after a moment of joy. In this life, Long Chen was in the 100 Smelting Clan, and Yi Hailon were not as close as in his previous life. Hearing these rather teasing words, Yi Halen's face seemed to turn even redder. Thinking of the contents of the jade slip just now, she bit her lower lip and asked, "Are you serious?" She knew the importance of this jade scroll. Long Chen's kindness was like giving her a new life. Long Chen shook his head and said, "Let's go. I'm just joking. I'm not the kind of person who would take advantage of others." Long Chen turned around and walked towards the depths of the spirit vein. However, he only took 2 steps before he felt something behind him. A pair of jade-like hands wrapped around his waist and hugged him tightly in her embrace. The two of them stepped on the spirit vein and felt as if they were in a sea of stars. Yi Halen's perfect body pressed tightly against Long Chen's back and hugged him. Then, a series of sobbing sounds could be heard. She was crying the end, whether it was in his previous life or this life. She was always so lonely. However, in his previous life, he abandoned her and left the 5 great sects alone to go to the ancient desolate land. Yi Hailon leaned against Long Chen's back. She was afraid that Long Chen would see her embarrassed state. After a long time, Yi Hailon let go of Long Chen and said in a hoarse voice, "I've repaid you. We don't owe each other anything from now on." Although she said that, she could not help but blush when she saw Long Chen's wet clothes. She had no parents since she was young and was the holy maiden of the 5 great sects. Perhaps this was the only place where she could truly open her heart. Long Chen smiled and replied, "Of course, we don't owe each other anything." Long Chen did not turn back. He was afraid that if he did, he would not be able to hold Yi Hailon in his arms. However, he knew that he had only just entered Yi Halen's heart. Today, he was just happy that she had obtained the 7 ultimate body suppression technique and released the depression in her heart. Seeing that Long Chen was dragging his injured body into the spirit vein, Yi Hailon wrinkled her nose and hurriedly followed him to support Long Chen. The two of them walked into the depths of the spirit vein. This place was even more fiery, and all they could see was a sea of red. They could not even see anything. This is the place. You can also cultivate here. The spiritual energy here is many times denser and purer than outside. It will be extremely beneficial to your cultivation. Long Chen said as he sat down cross-legged, as if he wanted to breathe. Yi Hailon had already recovered from her loss of composure and once again transformed into the cold and arrogant holy maiden of the 5 great sects. She stared at Long Chen and said in a deep voice, "Cultivate? Do you really plan to hide here until the Fire Seed secret realm ends?" Long Chen smiled without saying a word. He sat down cross-legged and the shadow of his sea of qi suddenly expanded. Then, streaks of fire-based spiritual energy started to condense at a speed visible to the naked eye. They formed countless vortexes, each of which looked like flowing fire. Yi Hailon was stunned and looked at Long Chen in a daze. Under the coverage of the sea of qi, the fire-based spiritual energy was swept away and absorbed by Long Chen. "What are you doing? Your body won't be able to take it if you continue to absorb spiritual energy like this." Yi Hailon cried out. However, Long Chen said calmly, "Perhaps I can only reach that level if I have another spirit vein." As Long Chen finished speaking, he seemed to have transformed into a black hole. The sea of qi expanded and contracted, causing the entire spirit vein to flicker. Long Chun wanted to absorb the entire spirit vein's spiritual energy by himself. This was the great emperor physique. In Long Chen's previous life, he had reached the sovereign realm in less than 300 years, becoming the youngest sovereign realm expert in the 10 Directions heavens because of this great emperor physique. As long as he had enough spiritual energy, there was no cultivation barrier in front of him. However, in this life, the resources he needed were countless times more than in his previous life. This was because he cultivated the world's #1 secret technique, the chaotic golden book. At this moment, Long Chun seemed to have become the heart of the fire-based spirit vein. With every breath he took, the entire spirit vein trembled. Yi Hailon stared at Long Chun in a daze. Looking at the sea of qi, he was completely stunned. Chapter 246. The Peak of the Divine Transformation Realm. Within the fire spirit vein, Long Chun and Yi Hailon sat cross-legged. In just one day, Yi Hailon stood up and woke up from his meditation. The spiritual energy in her body was already saturated, and if she continued to forcefully absorb it, she was afraid that she would only end up exploding. On the other hand, Long Chen's entire body was covered in flames. It was as if his entire being was immersed in raging flames. The wounds on Long Chen's body had disappeared without a trace. Even Yi Hailon could not help but raise her eyebrows at his powerful recovery ability. However, she could not tell what Long Chen's bloodline power was. Yi Hailon was bored to death, so he began to practice his swordsmanship at the side. One sat while the other danced. The two of them were like figures in a painting. On the other side, on the ground of the Tinder secret realm, in the entire Fire Seed secret realm, the remaining disciples of the various sects gathered at Zhu Wuqing. In front of them was the formation guarded by Ao, Sangxiong, and the others. Zhu Wuqing sat on a high ground in front of the formation like an emperor. Behind him, fire seeds piled up like a mountain, with 1/3 of them being 1,000-year-old fire seeds. Aside from the disciples of the Godly Knife clan, the faces of the people from the other 3 sects were all gloomy and filled with fear. As for the people from the Hunter-Smelting clan, they were all dead at this moment. Their corpses were neatly placed outside the formation of Ao, Sangxiong, and the others. Zhu Wuqing said coldly, "Everyone, after you find a fire seed, you have to attack the formation with all your strength for 2 hours. I'd like to see how many fire seeds he has to support so many layers of formations." In his heart, Long Chun would definitely die if he fell into the Fire Crow's nether cave. With his powerful cultivation base, he gathered everyone together and made them his slaves to collect fire seeds for him. He spread the news that if anyone from the 5 sects did not show up, he would start a massacre 3 days before the return of the Fire Seed secret realm. However, for some reason, the number of fire seeds that he had collected had decreased over the past few days, and many of them had even lost their spiritual power for some reason. Inside the formation, Sangxiong stood in front of the formation with the fire seed in his hand. However, Jian Shisan and Marquis Fengqing's expressions were extremely ugly because they knew that if this continued, the formation would not last for long. They took out all the fire seeds they had with them. Based on their daily consumption, they could at most last for 6 days. 6 days later, once the formation dissipated, what awaited them would be death. 6 days. Even if Long Chun didn't die, what's the use? The disciples of the 100 Smelting clan had already lost all desire to live in the formation. Jian Shisan coldly snorted and said, "We have 6 days. Let's use this time to recover our strength and break this formation. Let's give it a try." Marquis Fengqing looked at Jian Shisan and suddenly burst into laughter. It was as if the wisdom of the past had been thrown to the back of his mind. "Haha, do you still remember when you saved my life in the mountains? Sometimes, risking your life is far more useful than using your brain." In reality, he had almost lost all hope at this moment. Although the disciples of the 100 Smelting clan were pessimistic, their words were not without reason. Zhu Wuqing's strength was infinitely close to that of a supreme being of the Tao integration stage. Even if Long Chan didn't die for a few days, what could he do? Ao Sangqiong listened to the two of them and said in a serious tone, "Even if I have to risk my life, I should die before the two of you." Jian Shishan and Marquis Fengqing were both dazed for a moment before bursting into laughter. Time flew by quickly. After an entire day and night of bombardment, the first layer of the formation was finally shattered. Long Shun had left behind 10 layers of formation here, with the fire seed as the foundation. After the first layer of formation was broken, the strength of the remaining layers of the formation weakened slightly. The third day, the fourth day, the sixth day. In the blink of an eye, the sixth day had passed. At this moment, only the last layer of the formation remained. Ao Sangqiong, Jian Shishan, and Marquis Fengqing's eyes flashed with determination. After today, it would be a battle of life and death. Zhu Wuqing slowly walked to the front of the formation and looked at them coldly. "Are you still dreaming that Long Chan will come back and save you? After today, I'll let you experience the cruelest torture." The few of them looked at Zhu Wuqing deeply, not saying a word. Boom, boom, boom. Zhu Wuqing swung his long saber, as if he couldn't wait to kill them. The huge saber projection and terrifying aura caused the entire mountain to shake violently. Everyone retreated in horror and didn't dare to make a sound. During this period of time, too many people had died at the hands of Zhu Wuqing. Several hours later, cracks began to appear in front of the crowd. The last fire seed in Ao Sangqiong's hand had completely disappeared. Zhu Wuqing looked at the formation that was gradually shattering and raised his head to laugh loudly. Several disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan rushed out of the cave and rushed straight to Zhu Wuqing. Then, they knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. "Brother Zhu Wuqing, this has nothing to do with us. Please spare our lives." Long Chun said that after a few days, the formation would disappear and he would come back. But he didn't come back. "Brother Zhu Wuqing, you're so powerful. Kill him." There was no logic in their words, and they were almost crazy. These days, the constant bombardment outside the formation and the disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan who were killed outside made them collapse. Zhu Wuqing couldn't help but laugh coldly, as if he liked this feeling very much. He said sternly, "A few days? Come back. So what if I give him another month? What can a semi-god realm warrior do? What's more, if he falls into the Fire Crow's nether cave, he will die." Crack, crack. As Zhu Wuqing's voice fell, he slashed horizontally with his sword, and the heads of several people turned into powder in an instant. Ao Sangqiong was the first to stand out. Without saying a word, his right hand quickly pointed at his body, and his aura rapidly increased. Jian Shishan and Marquis Fengqing also prepared to take pills at the same time to prepare for battle. However, they were stopped by Ao Sangqiong, who said in a deep voice, "You two leave quickly. Go as far as you can." Unfortunately, Jian Shishan and Marquis Fengqing chose to ignore him. They took pills at the same time and rushed to Zhu Wuqing. Zhu Wuqing sneered, but didn't show any fear. He was going to fight 3 people by himself with his long sword. At the same time, Long Chun and Yi Hailon constantly rushed out of the nether cave. The Fire Crow at the entrance of the cave had already disappeared. Looking from above, there was no trace of fire in the entire cave. "Are you really sure you could defeat Zhu Wuqing?" Yi Hailon still couldn't help but ask. In the past few days, he personally watched Long Chun devour the spiritual energy in the entire mine. Even so, his cultivation level only rose to the peak of the semi-god realm late stage. He was still one step away from entering the Void Return realm. The amount of spiritual energy needed to reach the last few thousand meters in the Sea of Qi was an astronomical figure. At this moment, his Sea of Qi was almost solid. Even a dozen pills like the 3-yuan Emperor Azure pill would be like dripping water into a desert. Chapter 247. Leave it to me. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 figures crashed heavily into the mountain wall and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The 2 from the 100 Smelting Clan are so strong. They are only at the initial stage of Void Return, but their combat power is no weaker than that of the final stage of Void Return, especially that Jian San. His sword intent and sword aura are both terrifying. That Marquis Feng Qing is slightly weaker, but his attacks are so strange and unpredictable. It's really creepy. That white robe man is a disciple of the Wanjian sect. I don't know why he's helping the 100 Smelting Clan to fight against Zhu Wuqing. Is he still hoping that Long Chen will come back and save them? Stupid. So what if they're strong? They can't even last for 2 hours. Long Chen has risen to fame in the 5 great sects during this period of time, but he's only outstanding in the path of alchemy. At this moment, Zhu Wuqing is infinitely close to becoming a Dao integration expert. I'm afraid no one in the younger generation of the 5 great sects can compete with him. In front of the 3 mountain walls that were hundreds of meters tall, the remaining members of the 3 sects in the Fireseed Mystic Realm were all shocked. Whether it was Ao, Sangxiong, Jian San, or Marquis Feng Qing, who only had 1 left arm, they all unleashed terrifying combat power, especially Ao Sangxiong, whose attacks were bold and powerful. Although the 3 of them were attacking together, he was still attacking head-on. However, the 3 of them were gradually covered in blood. Zhu Wuqing's long saber was covered in purple light, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the 3 of them and said coldly, "Is this all you've got? Then die." The 3 of them were obviously stronger than Zhu Wuqing. He was infinitely close to the Dao integration stage, but the 3 of them almost forced him to use his secret technique. Ao Sangxiong stood up from the ground with a long sword in his hand. His white robe was stained with blood. He stood in front of Marquis Feng Qing and Jian San and said in a deep voice, "Today, even if I have to risk my life, I'll give them a chance to live." Ao Sangxiong's voice was as loud as a bell. Even in the face of death, there was not a trace of fear on his face. However, at this moment, 2 figures appeared before everyone's eyes. Ao Sangxiong, who was about to use his secret technique again, suddenly froze. Jian San and Marquis Feng Qing's expressions changed as well. Long Chen is back. A man and a woman came one after the other. Even Zhu Wuqing's eyes suddenly narrowed. He never thought that Long Chen would actually come back alive from the Fire Crow's nether cave. It's Long Chen. He really didn't die, but why did he come back? If he hid and waited until the day he returned to the arcane realm, he might still have a chance to live. Does he really think that he could defeat Zhu Wuqing? How is that possible? Zhu Wuqing's cultivation is probably equivalent to that of an elder of the sect. If he comes back now, he will definitely die. Everyone saw that Long Chen had returned, and their eyes were filled with confusion. Zhu Wuqing stared at Long Chen, his eyes full of ridicule. He sneered, "I didn't think that you would actually escape from the Fire Crow's nether cave. But so what? Killing you is just a piece of cake." After Zhu Wuqing finished speaking, he did not hesitate at all. The long sword in his hand slashed out, and 100 feet long purple light shot up into the sky, instantly sealing Long Chen's entire body. Boundless pressure came in an instant, and even Yi Hailon could not help but take a few steps back. However, Long Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile, and he casually swung the long sword in his hand. The sword light covered the sky, and a golden spiritual energy that was almost tangible instantly intertwined with Zhu Wuqing's attack. Rumble. The spiritual energy exploded, and the entire space was stirred up into a storm. An invisible wave of air swept out for thousands of meters. Long Chen's clothes were fluttering in the wind, but he did not take a single step back. Everyone in all directions was shocked, and they all retreated a few thousand meters. Zhu Wuqing suddenly frowned, and he felt that Long Chen seemed to be very different from a few days ago. "Leave the rest to me." Long Chen nodded slightly to Ao, Sangxiong, and the others. Zhu Wuqing stared at Long Chen and said coldly, "I didn't think that in just a few days your strength would increase so much. But so what? No matter how strong your talent is, you can't defeat me in a few days." Long Chen walked over slowly. In his previous life, He absorbed the entire fire element spirit vein and defeated Zhu Wuqing when he was in the void return stage. Now, although he was only in the soul formation stage, the energy in his body was 10 times stronger than in his previous life. In this life, he would not be defeated. The bloodline of the evil tribe means that you will never be able to condense a soul seed. Today, only death awaits you, Long Chun said calmly, and he stared at Zhu Wuqing as if he was looking at a dead man. Although Long Chun was only at the peak of the soul formation stage, he knew that with his current combat strength, he was invincible under the path integration stage. Zhu Wuqing could not help but laugh when he heard this. The purple light around his body intensified, and he stared at Long Chun and said, "It was just a casual attack, but now it's a lot more interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up from the ground and slashed at Long Chun with his saber in both hands. Under the purple saber light, a sea of blood covered the sky and covered the earth. Above the sea of blood, the purple light was filled with countless saber shadows. Ao, Sangxiong, Jianshi San, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They immediately gathered their strength to help Long Chun. Yi Hailon also jumped out and unsheathed his long sword. However, Long Chun stood under the sea of blood and said calmly, "There's no need for you to do anything. Just back off." Long Chun's voice was calm, but it was filled with an irresistible will. Everyone looked at each other and stood in place, stunned. Thunder technique, Evil Slayer. The long sword pointed to the sky, and the dark red space suddenly shook. Waves of thunder and lightning roared, and everyone could not help but cover their ears. Long Chun's long sword was filled with countless thunderbolts that swept in all directions. Wherever the sword light passed, the thunderbolts were like countless long whips, cutting through heaven and earth crackle. The thunderbolts and the sea of blood were like soldering iron that was thrown into ice, making ear-piercing sounds. The sea of blood could not move an inch, and it kept turning into nothingness. Bang! In just a few breaths' time, the sea of blood formed by the purple saber shadows disappeared without a trace, and the thunderbolt struck Zhu Wuqing forcefully. Zhu Wuqing was sent flying for thousands of meters, and he crashed heavily into the mountain wall. A huge crack extended from the top of the mountain wall, and it was extremely terrifying. He actually defeated Zhu Wuqing with his soul formation stage cultivation base. This person's sword technique is divine. That sword strike just now contained the intent to repel all evil. How terrifying. Is he really a disciple of the 100 Smelting sect? Even the freakish disciple of the Wanjian sect, Lin Cheng, cannot compare to this sword technique. No one would have thought that Long Chun would actually defeat Zhu Wuqing, who was almost at the Dao integration stage, with a single strike. Under everyone's gaze, Zhu Wuqing's originally arrogant expression completely disappeared at this moment. He stared at Long Chun in shock. He could not believe that Long Chun's cultivation base had undergone such a drastic change in just a few days. Chapter 248. Divine Technique. Hui Hailon stood behind Long Chun and stared at him in a daze. He really did it. As a soul formation stage cultivator, he defeated Zhu Wuqing, who was almost a Dao integration stage cultivator. With Long Chun's talent, he had probably surpassed the great clans of the ancient desolate lands. Ao Sangxiong and the other two were also dumbfounded by the change in Long Chun's strength. After only a few days, although Long Chun was still in the soul formation stage, his combat ability was on a completely different level. Zhu Wuqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his long saber. Then, his long saber slashed across his left arm, leaving behind a deep gash that revealed his bone. Underneath the gash, there was no blood. Instead, there was a dark, purple, viscous substance. In the name of the evil tribe, I summon the souls of the dead to aid me in my slaughter. Zhu Wuqing seemed to have gone mad. As his voice fell, the purple light around his body transformed into lines of solid patterns. It was as if there were countless spell formations within a radius of 10 meters. Evil technique. This is evil technique. No wonder Zhu Wuqing has such combat ability. He's cultivating the evil tribe's techniques. The expressions of the spectators changed drastically. They felt a chill run down their spines. Even an idiot could tell that Zhu Wuqing was using the evil tribe's techniques. Evil techniques had always been opposed by orthodox cultivators. If the five great sects found out about this, Zhu Wuqing would definitely be in deep trouble. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They knew that if Zhu Wuqing was born, they would all be dead. Zhu Wuqing smiled sinisterly. Then, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. His speed was much faster than before. As he swung his long saber again, countless patterns pulsed on the blade of his saber. They were actually terrifying heads. Soul-devouring slash die. Zhu Wuqing roared. Countless saber projections slashed out, and each saber projection seemed to contain countless ferocious ghosts. Shrill cries filled the air as people from different sects ran for their lives. However, there were still dozens of people who died. Even those of the Return to Void stage had no way of defending themselves. Long Chen frowned. He held his sword and moved forward. He finally took the initiative to attack. Wherever his long sword passed, the saber light would shatter inch by inch, but the living souls would enter his body one after another. Ao Tsangxiong raised his sword in front of him, protecting Jianshi San and the Wind Marquis. A powerful aura instantly surrounded the three of them. Countless living souls screamed crazily outside, but they were unable to break through. Boom! Boom! On the other side, Long Chun and Zhu Wuqing were once again engaged in close combat. Their figures flashed like lightning, and their speed was shocking. Countless sword gleams and saber gleams landed on the mountain walls on both sides, creating 1,000-meter-long gully after another. Finally, the mountain walls on both sides, which were thousands of meters high, collapsed. Zhu Wuqing's figure once again appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, his body was covered in deep sword wounds, and his hair was disheveled. How is this possible? How is this possible? Under the soul-swallowing slash, countless living souls entered your body. Why are you not affected at all? Pucci. Zhu Wuqing's eyes were blood-red as he stared at Long Chun. Purple blood flowed out of his mouth. Long Chun stood on top of the mountain wall, looking down at Zhu Wuqing as if he was looking down on an ant. He slowly reached out his left hand, and a golden ball of light appeared in his hand. Soul-swallowing slash. There are a total of 3,400 living souls in this ball. There are young and old, and each one is filled with resentment. They all died by your hands. It's fine if you killed them to cultivate the evil race's bloodline, but you even used their souls to destroy other people's divine sense. It's a pity. These living souls are unable to affect my divine sense. Looking at the golden ball of light in Long Chen's hand, Zhu Wuqing's body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, a trace of fear emerged from the bottom of his heart. Long Chun actually had such a thorough understanding of the soul-swallowing slash. Moreover, he was able to capture living souls that could affect the soul seed of an immortal soul third-level cultivator. What kind of technique was this? How strong was this person's divine sense? At this moment, Zhu Wuqing knew that if this continued, he would die. The short exchange of blows made him completely afraid of Long Chun. There were countless sword techniques above the 6th grade of the Monarch realm. Every sword technique was at the transformative realm. Whether it was the sword intent or the sword force, they were all extremely terrifying. His divine sense doesn't fear the dead souls. His battle techniques are at the transformative realm. The strength of his body is above that of my evil race's bloodline. Even though he's only in the soul transformation realm, he has a vast amount of spirit chi that's comparable to my current cultivation. Zhu Wuqing stared at Long Chun. Zhu Wuqing slowly stood up. He seemed to have completely fallen into madness. He knew that it was impossible for him to win today. I have to say, your strength is beyond my imagination. If I had known this would happen, I definitely wouldn't have made an enemy of you over a Thunder Spirit Dao fruit. However, I know that you won't spare my life today. Then let's die together. Zhu Wuqing's voice was like a ferocious ghost scream. He suddenly roared, "I sacrifice my evil race's bloodline to summon the evil body." Yi Hailan, Sangxiong, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They frantically retreated. Yi Hailan even shouted at Long Chun, "Run! His life force is rapidly fading. He's going to trade a life for a life. Don't fight him head on." Trade a life? He's not qualified. Unfortunately, under everyone's watchful eyes, Long Chun still did not retreat. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he stood. At this moment, Zhu Wuqing no longer looked like a human. He had turned into a corpse that was more than 10 meters tall. Behind him were countless living souls and skulls. It was so terrifying that it sent chills down everyone's spine. Divine technique, bright night. A blinding brilliance lit up the sky. Countless rays of divine light poured down on the ground. Although it was daytime, everyone felt as if they had fallen into endless darkness. Yi Hailan and the others could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. They stared at the blinding brilliance in the sky. Under the brilliance, Zhu Wuqing's terrifying body began to disintegrate inch by inch. No, I can't accept this. This is a divine sword technique. It's a divine. Zhu Wuqing's unwilling voice resounded throughout the entire Tinder secret realm. However, it stopped abruptly. The moment the blinding brilliance landed, he turned into ashes. He did not even have the chance to self-destruct. Perhaps Qin Yunzi would never have dreamed that Zhu Wuqing would die at the hands of Long Chun after obtaining the spiritual Thunder Dao fruit. After Zhu Wuqing's death, everything seemed to have quietened down. Long Chun was still standing on the spot with his sword in his hand. After using the divine technique, there was a gap in his spiritual energy sea. He was extremely weak. However, at this moment, streaks of invisible energy rapidly entered his body and flowed into his blood vessels. This was the power of the bloodline. Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The golden blood in the wound on his body faintly had lightning arcs. There seemed to be a lightning mark on his forehead that was about to emerge. In the Tinder secret realm, Long Chun had killed many Holy Vein sect disciples. As he possessed the heavenly dragon vein, he automatically absorbed the power of the bloodline. Now, with the power of the evil race's bloodline left after Zhu Wuqing's death, his 5-clawed golden dragon body was about to evolve into a 3-eyed lightning dragon. Yi Hailan and the others did not notice Long Chen's abnormality. They only looked at him in a daze. That sword had completely stunned them. Chapter 249. Tacit understanding. Even the 10,000 Swords sect, God-tier sword techniques were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. An ordinary monarch-tier sword technique was enough to make an ordinary disciple fight with their lives on the line. Even a monstrous disciple like Zhu Wuqing had never cultivated a divine-tier martial technique. From this, one could see how precious it was. Everyone in the Tinder secret realm looked into the distance, their faces filled with shock. The Zhu Wuqing, who cultivated the evil race's techniques, died without a complete corpse. He was killed with a single sword strike. While the Tinder secret realm was calm, the 5 sects were in an uproar. The life tablets of the disciples who had entered the mystic realm were shattered one after another, and the number of deaths had already far exceeded the past. Especially today, the great elder of the Absolute Saber sect, a Dao integration stage cultivator, was unable to restrain his anger and directly charged toward Qin Yunzi. He was Zhu Wuqing's master. And today, Zhu Wuqing's life jade shattered. This meant that the number 1 direct disciple of the Godly Knife faction was dead. Bang. 2 immortal soul 3rd-level cultivators from the Godly Knife sect soared into the sky and exploded with dazzling divine light, attracting the attention of the sect leaders of the other 5 sections. Enough. The sect master of the Absolute Saber sect had an extremely ugly expression on his face. With a loud roar, he immediately suppressed the 2 immortal soul 3rd-level powerhouses. The great elder of the Absolute Saber sect was furious. He glared at Qin Yunzi and shouted, "If it wasn't for you, Zhu Wuqing wouldn't have died in the Fire Seed secret realm. Bullsh asterisk T. Zhu Wuqing's cultivation base has already reached the return to void final stage. Even though he's not as freakish as the disciples of other sects, how can a soul formation stage cultivator kill him? What does this have to do with me? The two of them went back and forth, full of the smell of gunpowder. However, when the people from the 5 sects heard the news, they all gasped in shock. Zhu Wuqing from the Godly Knife sect was dead. He died in the Fire Seed secret realm. The pupils of the 100 Smelting Clan's leader suddenly shrank, and he could not help but rejoice in his heart. No matter how Zhu Wuqing died, Long Chun now had a trace of life. The sect master of the Wanjian sect said in a deep voice, "Over the past few days, the number of disciples who have entered the secret realm of the Fire Seed is much higher than the previous batches. Now, even Zhu Wuqing has died in there. Could it be that something unusual has happened? Although Long Chin's talent in alchemy isn't bad, how could he be Zhu Wuqing's opponent? There must be some inside story behind Zhu Wuqing's death. I think it's better to activate the return formation in advance. Otherwise, if there really is a change in the formation, more and more people will die. It's really not worth the loss." The sect master of the Divine Pulse sect echoed. The death toll and the deaths of the monstrous disciples in the Fire Seed secret realm were all strange. After a short discussion, the sect masters of the 5 sects all decided to activate the Fire Seed secret realm in advance 3 days. The Grand Elder of the Godly Knife sect and Qing Yunzi's faces were extremely ugly. No one had expected Zhu Wuqing to die in the Fire Seed secret realm. The Grand Elder of the Godly Knife sect stared at Qing Yunzi and said coldly, "Zhu Wuqing is my disciple. If he dies because of you, I won't let this matter rest. Long Chun is only in the divine transformation realm. How could he kill Zhu Wuqing? Even if he used despicable means to kill Zhu Wuqing, as long as he comes back alive, I'll take his life to avenge Zhu Wuqing." Qing Yunzi's voice was extremely cold. The Grand Elder of the Godly Knife sect snorted coldly and glared at Qing Yunzi before he turned and left. Qing Yunzi's face was extremely ugly. He knew that if Long Chun came back safely from the Fire Seed secret realm, his reputation in the 5 sects would be completely ruined. Now, everyone in the 5 major sects knew that he wanted to take Long Chen's life. He had even mobilized a monstrous disciple. If Long Chun was still peacefully cultivating in the 100 Smelting Clan, Qing Yunzi would completely become a laughingstock. Long Chen's matter must be resolved as soon as possible. In a few days, the Leaf family of the Ancient Clan will come. If they know that I can't even deal with a divine transformation realm disciple in the 5 sects, I'll lose face. When I return from the Fire Seed secret realm, I must kill Long Chun as soon as possible. Qing Yunzi said to himself coldly. In his heart, his desire to kill Long Chun was unprecedentedly strong. On the other hand, in the Fire Seed secret realm, Long Chun and the others were also recovering after the battle with Zhu Wuqing. Around them were the remaining disciples of the 5 sections. These people all looked at Long Chun in awe. Since the death of Zhu Wuqing, none of them dared to leave. Long Chen's killing of Zhu Wuqing had shocked everyone. If Long Chun wanted to cover up this matter and kill them, no one could stop him. "Master, should we go look for more fire seeds?" Now that Zhu Wuqing is dead, the Fire Seed secret realm is no longer dangerous, Jian Shursen asked. Long Chun and Yi Hailon looked at each other subconsciously and shook their heads. "There's no need to look for more. I'm afraid that it'll be difficult to find a 1,000-year-old fire seed in the entire Fire Seed secret realm. Many 1,000-year-old fire seeds were originally located in underground caves. A few days ago, Long Chun crazily plundered the fire spirit vein and almost directly deprived the spiritual power of many fire seeds. It would be a waste of time to look for more fire seeds. Fortunately, the fire seeds that Zhu Wuqing ordered the other sects to look for still existed. Now that Long Chun was here, no one from the 5 sects dared to touch them. Long Chun didn't seem to care about these fire seeds. Instead, he looked at Lord Fengqing. Lord Fengqing's right arm was cut off at the shoulder, and only his left arm was left. His battle strength was greatly reduced. This arm was cut off by Zhu Wuqing. It could be said that Long Chun had something to do with it. After a moment of silence, everyone felt Long Chen's gaze. Lord Fengqing stared at Long Chun and shook his head. My life is connected to 13s. We're like brothers. Since you're his master, losing an arm is nothing. Long Chun still looked at Lord Fengqing. This time, Lord Fengqing didn't answer and just shook his head. Jianshi-san wasn't as wise as Lord Fengqing, but he knew that Lord Fengqing had rejected Long Chun. He didn't want to be Long Chen's disciple. He had his own ideas. Long Chen sighed. I have a left-arm combat technique for you. Take this cultivation technique too. When you step into the immortal soul 3rd level, you should have a chance to form a Tao body. When that time comes, your severed arm will be reborn. Lord Fengqing was stunned. He looked at the 2 jade slips in Long Chen's hand and smiled. He didn't reject them and accepted them. Immortal soul 3rd level cultivators could form soul seeds. They could travel in the air, and their battle strength was unparalleled. However, only a small number of extremely talented cultivators could form a Tao body. Once a Tao body was formed, the body wouldn't be destroyed. Broken limbs could be reborn. Even if the body died, the soul could be reborn. As such, the 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. They didn't know each other anything. 13. Keep the 1,000-year-old fire seeds. You could divide them equally. Let them take the 100-year-old fire seeds. You just have to wait for the day of return, Long Chun said. After everyone left, Yi Hailong said to Long Chun, one combat technique and the other cultivation technique. How do you know that he'll definitely step into the immortal soul 3rd level and even form a Tao body? Chapter 250. The target of public criticism. When Yi Hailong heard this, a strange expression appeared on his beautiful face. His eyes widened, and he looked very cute. Long Chun, on the other hand, laughed loudly as he left. It seemed that he did it on purpose just to see her embarrassed state. Yi Hailong coldly snorted and fiercely shook her head. She couldn't believe that Long Chun would actually casually give away a divine rank martial skill and demigod rank cultivation technique. She only thought that Long Chun was just teasing her. However, what she did not know was that if it were not for the limitation of his cultivation base, Long Chun could even use saint-ranked martial skills or celestial spells at will, let alone divine skills. The following days were uneventful. Many people noticed the changes in the Tinder secret realm. The dark red space was gradually returning to normal. Just as everyone thought that they would have to stay in the Tinder secret realm for another half a month, black arrays began to appear all around the Tinder secret realm. This is the return portal. Why is the Fireseed secret realm so strange this time? Did the people in the sect feel it too? Humph, I don't think it's because they sensed something wrong with the Fireseed secret realm. It's because of Zhu Wuqing's death. He's the most talented disciple of the Godly Knife faction. Now that he's dead, his life jade must have been shattered. That Zhu Wuqing cultivates the evil clan's techniques, so death is not to be regretted. However, I think that Qing Yunzi and Zhu Wuqing's master will definitely not let this matter rest. Everyone discussed animatedly as they walked towards the array formation and disappeared. Long Chun and the others looked at each other and stepped into the array. When they reappeared, they were already at the central square of the 5 great sections. In the central square, the sect masters of the 5 major sects and countless elders were gathered together. The disciples from all over the place were even more attentive. When Long Chun and the others appeared in the central square, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Less than 30% of the people who entered the Tinder secret realm survived. How could this be? Is that Long Chun? He really came out alive. Oh my god. Zhu Wuqing died, but Long Chun of the 100 Smelting Clan came out unscathed. Could it be that he really killed Zhu Wuqing? How'd he do it? That's impossible. He was only in the divine transformation realm when he entered the Fireseed secret realm. How could he have the strength to kill Zhu Wuqing in less than half a month? Everyone's discussion spread out like a tide. The lords of the 5 major sects slowly walked to the front of Long Chun and the others. Each of them had a grave look on their faces. The leader of the Godly Knife clan was the first to bear the brunt. He stared at Long Chun with a gloomy face and said coldly, 3 days ago, the nameplate of Zhu Wuqing suddenly shattered. How'd he die? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Long Chun stared at the sect leader of the Godly Knife faction and said calmly, I killed him with a single slash. As soon as he said that, there was an uproar from all directions. Zhu Wuqing was really killed by Long Chun. A disciple in the divine transformation realm of the 100 Smelting clan had killed Zhu Wuqing, the direct disciple of the Godly Knife clan. On the other side, Qin Yunzi's face turned dark. The great elder of the Godly Knife clan stared at Long Chun with murderous intent. Then he said to Qin Yunzi coldly, You better give me an explanation. Qin Yunzi stared at Long Chun with murderous intent in his eyes. The sect master of the Godly Sword sect was exuding a powerful aura. He was clearly furious. It was extremely difficult for a sect to nurture a monstrous disciple who was far superior to his peers. Yet, Zhu Wuqing had died in the Fire Seed secret realm. Seeing this, the sect leader of the 100 Smelting clan suddenly stood up. Although his face was full of shock, he still shouted coldly. So what if he was killed? Since when is it that only the Godly Knife clan is allowed to kill disciples of the 100 Smelting clan in the Fire Seed secret realm? As soon as the sect leader of the 100 Smelting clan said that, the disciples of the 100 Smelting clan began to clamor. As everyone knew, Zhu Wuqing had said before entering the Fire Seed secret realm that he would take Long Chen's head. He had even taken a Thunder Spirit Dao fruit from Qin Yunzi. Now that he had died, who else could he blame? The sect leader of the Godly Knife clan was furious, but he was speechless. After all, the Fire Seed secret realm was not restricted by the rules of the sect. However, who would have thought that such a talented disciple would die in there? At this moment, Yi Hailon stood up beside Long Chun and bowed slightly to the 5 sect leaders. He said, Zhu Wuqing killed so many people in the Fire Seed secret realm. He even exposed that he cultivated the bloodline of the evil race. His death is not to be regretted. Ao Tsangxiong stepped forward and said in a deep voice, I saw it with my own eyes. It's not a lie. This person has killed thousands of souls. Zhu Wuqing's death is not to be regretted. If it wasn't for Long Chun, I'm afraid all of us would have died in the hands of Zhu Wuqing. The people who had returned from the Fire Seed secret realm hesitated for a moment before speaking the truth. The 5 sect leaders' faces darkened as they stared at the sect leader of the Godly Knife clan. The people around them were shocked as well. Who would have thought that Zhu Wuqing had cultivated sorcery? One should know that the cultivation of sorcery was forbidden by the various sections. Once discovered, the cultivator's cultivation would be crippled or they would be killed on the spot. After a while, the sect leader of the Tongbi clan broke the awkwardness and said, Whether or not Zhu Wuqing cultivated sorcery, he's dead now. Let's not dwell on it. Let's disperse. We'll investigate this matter in the future. Although the time spent in the Fire Seed secret realm has been halved, we'll still report the number of fire seeds that we obtained. On the platform, the disciples of the various sects reported the number of fire seeds that they obtained. 1,300-year fire seeds, 800-year fire seeds, 500-year fire seeds. Listening to the reports of the various sects' disciples, the faces of the 4 great sects' sect leaders drooped. Everyone only had 100-year-old flame seed in their hands, and the amount was pitifully small. However, the people soon realized that Long Chun and the rest did not say anything. Seeing that everyone was looking at Long Chun, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, 150,000-year fire seeds, 32,000-year fire seeds, and 2,000-year fire seeds. A total of 180 fire seeds. Yi Hailon and Ao Sanxiong could not help but smile when they saw the disciples' jaws drop to the ground. Even Jian Shi-san, who had always been thick-skinned, could not help but laugh. The sect leader of the 100 Smelting clan was stunned for a moment before he could not help but laugh. In contrast, the other 4 sect leaders' faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn, this is infuriating. This has never happened since the Fire Seed secret realm was opened. A disciple of the 100 Smelting Clan obtained so many thousand-year fire seeds, while the disciples of the other sects are so shabby. The commotion was incessant. This time, the report simply stunned the people of the 5 great sections. In the past, the disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan in the Fireseed Secret Realm were all at the bottom. They always came back with a pile of fire crystals. Looking at the 182 fire seeds on the counter, the sect leader of the 100 Smelting Clan came over. That monstrous disciple of the Divine Pulse sect walked up slowly and stared at Long Chun with an unfriendly look. He sneered, "You're just a divine transformation realm cultivator. It's impossible for you to obtain so many fire seeds. Since you said that you killed Zhu Wuqing, I'd like to have a showdown with you in front of all the disciples of the 5 sects. If you lose, the sect leader of the Divine Range will take away 1/5 of the fire seeds and the Thunder Spiritual Tao fruit in Zhu Wuqing's hands." Chapter 251. Forcing a fight. Zhu Wuqing was dead, and Long Chun had a large number of thousand-year-old fire seeds in his hands. This caused the sect leaders and elders to feel indignant. As the monstrous disciple of the Divine Vein sect walked in front of Long Chun, the Wanjian sect's Lian Cheng and the Tongbi sect Ho Feiyuan were not to be outdone. At the same time, the monstrous direct disciples of the 3 sects all challenged Long Chun. The sect leader of the 100 Smelting sect stared at them and shouted, "You are all direct disciples. How long has Long Chun been in the 5 sects? 3 direct disciples are challenging my 100 Smelting sect's disciple. Do you have any shame?" However, the other 4 sect leaders didn't seem to care at all. The monstrous disciple of the Godly Knife sect died in the hands of Long Chun. How could the other 3 sects be willing to let Long Chun have so many thousand-year-old fire seeds? What's more, they were very doubtful of Long Chun's strength. Could a deity transformation realm really defeat Zhu Wuqing? Long Chun, come with me. Don't fall into their trap. The sect leader of the 100 Smelting sect was anxious. He scattered his aura and pulled Long Chun to retreat. At this time, Qing Yunzi walked out and said coldly, "You can go, but leave the Thunder Spirit Tao fruit." Seeing Qing Yunzi appear, Long Chun's eyes suddenly turned cold. He sneered and said, "The Thunder Spirit Tao fruit is indeed in my hands. But don't you think your words and actions are ridiculous? You have already used the Thunder Spirit Tao fruit to drive Zhu Wuqing to kill me. Now that I have killed Zhu Wuqing and obtained the fruit, I will return it to your hands. Do you think it is possible?" The Thunder Spirit Tao fruit was obtained from Zhu Wuqing's storage ring after Long Chun killed him. Although the fruit was strong, Zhu Wuqing could not digest it in a short time. Therefore, he did not consume it. Swoosh! Swoosh! As Long Chun's voice fell, the 3 monstrous disciples immediately stopped him. Lian Cheng of the Wanjian sect said in a deep voice, "Since junior brother Long Chun was able to kill Zhu Wuqing and obtain so many thousand-year-old kindling, your cultivation must not be low. Why don't you dare to spar with the 3 of us?" That's right. Zhu Wuqing is a direct disciple of a monstrous level. It seems that your cultivation is certainly not weaker than the 3 of us. What are you afraid of? The monstrous disciple of Tongbi clan, Ho Feiyuan, sneered. The same went for the Divine Range's monstrous disciples. The 3 of them ridiculed Long Chun and blocked his path. The implication of their words was self-evident. Either hand over the Thunder Spirit Tao fruit and split the fire seed equally, or fight the 3 of them and use the Thunder Spirit Tao fruit's fire seed as the wager. Although the 100 Smelting Clan's clan leader was quite indignant in his heart, at this moment, the other 4 clans were all targeting Long Chun, which made him feel very helpless. He could only say in a deep voice, "Long Chun, just give them the fire seed." Long Chun looked at the 3 people's mocking expressions and knew that if he did not hand over the Thunder Spirit Tao, fruit, and many fire seeds today, he would not be able to leave this place. Long Chun simply stood in place and ignored the words of the 100 Smelting Clan's clan leader. He stared at the clan leaders and monstrous disciples and said lightly, "Since you want to spar with me, I will accept. But you want the fire seed and the Thunder Spirit Tao fruit. You must be prepared to gain something without risking anything. I wonder what you will hand over if you lose. When Long Chen's words came out, everyone was stunned. The monstrous disciples looked at each other and could not help but laugh. Ho Fei Yuan of Tongbi clan stared at Long Chen and said, "As long as you can beat us, you will naturally not be short of things. Reckless. If you hand over the fire seed directly, it will be fine. If you really want to spar, you may lose your life here." The Wanjian sects, Lin Chang sneered. The three of them were monstrous disciples, and their strength was at the peak of Void Return. In their minds, even if Long Chen killed Zhu Wuqing, he must have used some underhanded means. The 100 Smelting Clan's clan leader's expression changed, and he said to Long Chen in a low voice, "Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. The combat strength of the three of them is not below Zhu Wuqing. This kind of duel is too unfair." Long Chen shook his head slightly. In terms of combat strength, the three of them were no match for Zhu Wuqing, who had activated the bloodline of the evil tribe. Moreover, at this moment, unless he handed over the fire seed, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Yi Hailan and the others also frowned slightly. Although Long Chen's combat strength was very strong and he defeated Zhu Wuqing, the battle with the other three monstrous disciples made them feel very uneasy. The Tongbi clan's Ho Fei Yuan was the first to step forward. He stared at Long Chen with disdain and said, "Then let me see how strong the 100 Smelting Clan's disciple who killed Zhu Wuqing is." As Ho Fei Yuan stepped forward, the other two monstrous disciples smiled as they watched Long Chen retreat. Soon, a large area was left in the central square. Only Long Haichen and Ho Fei Yuan were left. Here is an innate spiritual item and 3 second-grade Emperor-level pills. If you lose today, I want 25 fire seeds and a Thunder Spirit Dao fruit. Ho Fei Yuan said as he raised his hand and threw the items to the side. Long Chen looked at him indifferently and casually took out 25,000-year-old fire seeds and the Thunder Spirit Dao fruit covered in lightning arcs. Ho Fei Yuan reached the 8th level of the Void Return realm a year ago, and his fist techniques are all in the transformative realm. This Long Chen only has a heaven-defying cultivation in alchemy. How dare he accept Ho Fei Yuan's challenge? He's courting death. The 100 Smelting Clan's combat strength is low and their cultivation is average. What's the use of so many fire seeds? I think it's better to hand them over. Why suffer physical pain? Zhu Wuqing died in the hands of a soul formation realm cultivator. I think there must be something wrong. How strong can a guy who refines pills from the 100 Smelting Clan be? The major sects were eyeing Long Chen covetously and were full of doubts about his combat strength. The 100 Smelting Clan was one of the 5 major sects for alchemy, talisman, and weapon refinement. Its combat strength had always been at the bottom. This kind of battle with the monstrous disciples was really unprecedented. Even if some of the ordinary disciples fought against him, almost all of them were defeated. Ho Fei Yuan looked at the 20-odd thousand-year-old fire seeds and the Thunder Spirit Dao fruit. His eyes could not help but burn. A pair of tiger-shaped boxing gloves appeared on his hands. They were silver-white and wrapped around his fists in layers. Ho Fei Yuan walked in front of Long Chen and said contemptuously, "Don't blame me for not taking care of you. I'll let you have 3 moves." Long Chen's mouth showed a faint smile. Naturally, he did not want to say more. He unsheathed the long sword in his hand and turned into a light rainbow. Bang, bang, bang. The fist and sword collided. Ho Fei Yuan's face suddenly changed. He had the cultivation of the late stage of the Void Return realm, and his sea of qi had condensed to the 8th level. However, compared to Long Chen, who was in the soul formation realm, he did not have the slightest advantage in a head-on collision. At this moment, he knew that Long Chen was far from being as simple as he seemed. Your cultivation is indeed a bit strange. However, you're too naive to rely on this to defeat me. After a brief surprise, Ho Fei Yuan's face returned to normal. Chapter 252. Fist Techniques. Ho Fei Yuan was a genius disciple of the Tongbi clan. His cultivation had reached the late stage of Void Return, and he cultivated the rare Emperor-level fist technique of the Tongbi clan. His combat strength was unparalleled. However, as he attacked, the sect leaders of the 5 major sects looked solemn and shocked. Ho Feiyuan's combat strength was at the late stage of Void Return, and his Emperor-level fist technique could not do anything to Long Chun, who was at the Divine Transformation realm. This is a 7th grade Emperor-level movement technique, one that has reached the transformative realm. Not only that, but his sword technique is also at the Emperor level, and it contains several types of sword intents, all of which are at the transformative realm. His spiritual energy is comparable to the Void Return, and his sword technique and martial arts are at the transformative realm. This person cannot be judged by common sense. Whether it was the elders or the sect leaders of the 5 major sects, they were all impressed by Long Chen's combat strength. Qin Yunzi's face was ashen, and his desire to kill Long Chun was unprecedentedly strong. With the talent that Long Chun displayed now, once he stepped into the Void Return, he would be even more uncontrollable. For some reason, Qin Yunzi felt a faint chill in his heart. He knew that he had to kill Long Chun today. The strength that this person had displayed was too shocking. Ho Feiyuan's face also darkened. He stared at Long Chun and said, "I didn't expect that you would have so many Emperor-level martial arts techniques, and all of them have reached the transformative realm. Even the spiritual energy in your energy reserve is equivalent to the Void Return. Even so, you're still only at the Divine Transformation realm." Ho Feiyuan shouted, "Fish shadow, snake swallowing." As soon as his voice fell, Ho Feiyuan's aura was imposing, and his fists attacked like a wild beast. At the same time, his divine consciousness that had reached the Void Return realm was instantly released, and the air in all directions condensed into terrifying snake shadows. Each snake shadow was filled with a shocking aura, as if they would explode at any time. The snake shadows seemed to be alive as they pounced on Long Chun. The sect master of the Tongbi sect nodded slightly and said with admiration, "This is a fist technique improved by Ho Feiyuan based on an Emperor-level fist technique. He uses his divine sense to control the fist shadows and condenses the power of the air. There is a faint hint of Dao integration." The other sect leaders nodded as well. The sky was filled with fist shadows, and every strike seemed to have the power to collapse mountains. Wherever they passed, the square would be filled with ravines. Long Chun looked at the fists that filled the sky like maggots. He suddenly stopped and said in a deep voice, "Break!" As he roared, the fist shadow that was like a 1,000-meter-long giant snake actually exploded inch by inch, bringing with it a boundless gale that swept through the entire central square. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. Poochie. Ho Feiyuan's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Long Chun in horror and said, "How would you break my divine thought?" At the return to Void stage, one would be able to form a golden core and use one's divine will to control objects and kill people without being noticed. But at that moment, Ho Feiyuan's divine sense was actually directly crushed, causing a backlash from his martial skill. Is this the strength of the so-called monstrous disciple of the Tongbi sect? I'm really disappointed. You are far inferior to Zhu Wuqing. Long Chun walked slowly toward Ho Feiyuan and said lightly. As his voice fell, he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already behind Ho Feiyuan. His speed was so fast that everyone present felt a chill down their spines. Bang! 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 Ho Feiyuan's expression changed greatly. He blocked Long Chen's long sword with his fists, but his whole body was sent flying. What followed was a series of attacks, and Ho Feiyuan did not have the slightest ability to resist. His whole body was constantly bombarded in the air like a sandbag. He could only condense a huge amount of spiritual power to cover his body. At this moment, the people of the 5 major sects were all speechless. They looked at this moment in a daze. No one doubted whether Long Chun had really killed Zhu Wuqing with his own hands. A divine transformation stage cultivator had actually crushed a monstrous disciple of the Void Return stage. What kind of combat strength was this? The sect master of the Tongbi sect, who had a good expression just now, was now as black as the bottom of a pot. His monstrous disciple of the Tongbi sect was actually beaten by a new disciple of the 100 Smelting clan to the point that he could not fight back. This was simply a great shame. However, on the other side, everyone also noticed Long Chen's talent. Whether or not he had received the inheritance of others, his combat strength alone was enough to make everyone look at him with new eyes. Bang! With a loud bang, Ho Fei Yuan's whole body fell on the square. The huge impact set off layers of air waves with him as the center. Long Chen was still floating in the air. Yi Hailong looked at this scene and unconsciously became dazed. When the two met, Long Chen gave him the 7 extinction stone wall. Then, the two of them spent more than a month together. Although they did not speak, they were already familiar with each other. Then, in the Fireseed secret realm, Long Chen helped her complete the suppression method of the 7 extinction physique. She opened her heart in front of others for the first time. Unconsciously, a smile appeared on Yi Hailong's beautiful face. Thinking about how Long Chen refined an entire fire spirit vein in a few days, in terms of the strength of his spiritual power, he was afraid that although he was in the divine transformation stage, he was not weaker than any void return stage cultivator. Just like in her previous life, her heart had gradually opened up, just like the smile on her face. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, Ho Fei Yuan slowly climbed out of the huge pit in the square. He was extremely embarrassed and did not have a trace of his initial arrogance. Looking at Long Chen, his eyes were full of caution and there was no trace of contempt. I admit that I was wrong. You're really strong, but I can't lose today. I still have one more punch. If you can take it, I'll be convinced today. Ho Fei Yuan said in a deep voice. As his voice fell, countless streams of spiritual power flowed out from his body like a river, shuttling through his bones. Then, he slowly stretched out his right fist, and the streams of spiritual power suddenly attacked his right fist. Wounding fist, killing body. As Ho Fei Yuan roared, his right fist suddenly moved forward, and the whole square seemed to shake violently. The people around immediately retreated and stared at this scene in horror. Everyone could see the horror of Ho Fei Yuan's punch at a glance. This punch had almost drained all the spiritual energy in his body. Perhaps even the other monstrous disciples would have to avoid this punch. Long Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he nodded slightly. This punch already had the meaning of a subdivine fist technique. This Ho Fei Yuan was indeed a monstrous disciple of the Tongbi sect. He had such comprehension and strength in the void return stage. However, he chose the wrong opponent. Suddenly, scales appeared on Long Chen's body. Instead of retreating, he rushed toward the terrifying fist shadow. No, if you take this attack head-on, I'm afraid that even someone at the peak void return stage will be seriously injured. The 100 Smelting clan leader shouted. Chapter 253. Here's a sword for you. His voice stopped abruptly. Long Chen seemed to have fallen into the shadow of the fist, but the mighty spiritual power could not hurt him at all. Golden scales covered the sword veil around its body. At this moment, all the leaders of the major sects were speechless. This was because Long Chen had actually used the way of the sword to shatter this terrifying punch, and his long sword had landed on Ho Fei Yuan's neck. Drops of blood flowed down from Ho Fei Yuan's neck. He stared at Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen only needed to move his long sword slightly to end his life. The scene quieted down for a moment. After a long while, Ho Fei Yuan's face was pale. He smiled bitterly and said, "I lost." Long Chen nodded slightly. The scales on his body slowly dispersed, and he put away his long sword. He stared at Ho Fei Yuan and said indifferently, "If that punch of yours could be combined with the will of the snake-devouring fist divine thought manipulation, its power would not be inferior to any demigod fist technique." Long Chen's casual words stunned Ho Fei Yuan. Immediately, his eyes flashed as if he suddenly understood. Although his last move was powerful, it was not flexible enough. If he could control it with the snake's swallowing fist's spiritual power, its power would increase by several times. After a long while, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. He bowed to Long Chun and clasped his hands. The people around were in an uproar. Ho Fei Yuan, the monstrous disciple of the Tongbi clan, was defeated. The new disciple of the 100 Smelting clan killed Zhu Wuqing in the secret realm of Fire Seed, and now defeated Ho Fei Yuan. After today, Long Chen's name was destined to be known throughout the 5 major sections. He would become another monstrous figure after the 5 monstrous disciples. Long Chun walked to the side of the square and was about to put away Ho Fei Yuan's bet. This innate spiritual treasure and a few emperor-level elixirs were not small gains. However, just as he was about to take action, a cold, murderous intent suddenly came from behind him. His divine sense caught it in an instant, and he abruptly dodged to the side, only to see a sword flash in front of him, cutting off a few strands of hair and slashing his long robe. Long Chun turned around and looked. He saw the divine pulse sect's monstrous disciple staring at Long Chun with a sinister look on his face. He said indifferently, "The fight hasn't ended yet. Why are you preparing to take your things and leave? I'll bet everything here with you." Long Chen's heart was filled with murderous intent. Although this person's words were understated, the sword just now was not only to prevent him from taking the bet, but also to directly attack and take his life. The eyes of the 5 great sect sovereigns were very sharp. They could see that the Divine Vein sect's monstrous disciple wanted to kill Long Chun with a sneak attack. However, they turned a blind eye to it. Only the 100 Smelting Clan leader's figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Long Chun and this person. His Dao integration stage coercion instantly arrived, and this person directly knelt on the ground with a thump. The 100 Smelting Clan leader stared at him and said in a cold voice, "Do you really think that my 100 Smelting Clan can be bullied by others? My 100 Smelting Clan is also one of the 5 great sections. Don't go too far. Do the monstrous disciples have to take turns to fight, or even launch a sneak attack? If you still want to fight, I'll fight with you." The 100 Smelting Clan leader's beard and hair stood up. He waved his right hand, and a huge cauldron stood in the void, with 3 light pills rotating on it. People in all directions felt a great pressure. The other 4 great sect sovereigns looked at each other. Today, they had indeed gone too far. Although the 100 Smelting Clan's combat power was not as good as theirs, the strength of the 100 Smelting Clan leader was absolutely not to be underestimated. The Wanjian sect leader hesitated for a moment and stood up. He said in a deep voice, "It's just a fight between disciples. There's no need to be serious. Let's call it a day." Although the other sovereigns were unwilling, they had nothing to say. The strength displayed by Long Chun at this moment was enough to be called monstrous. However, just as the Wanjian sect leader finished speaking, the monstrous disciple of the Divine Range sect slowly stood up and sneered. "You killed Zhu Wuqing and defeated Ho Fei Yuan. Are you now a coward who doesn't dare to fight with me?" The 100 Smelting Clan leader's eyes suddenly turned cold. He didn't care about the sneak attack just now and gave the other sovereigns a chance to step down. Now this guy actually dared to say more. However, at this moment, Long Chun slowly walked up and looked at this guy coldly. He said in a cold voice, "You want to fight with me and bet all the bets on this stage?" "Yes, so what?" The monstrous disciple of the Divine Range sect seemed to have nothing to fear. Long Chun stared at him and replied, "You just attacked me with a sword. Now I also have a sword attack. If you can take it, all the bets on this stage will be yours. But if you can't take it, the Divine Range sect will double the bets on this stage." Everyone present was stunned. They secretly thought that Long Chun didn't know when to advance or retreat. Now that he could retreat unscathed, why did he have to waste so much time? Although his combat strength was unexpectedly high, the monstrous disciple of the Divine Range sect was second only to Lien Cheng. He was even stronger than the disciple of the Tongbi sect, Ho Fei Yuan. The outcome of the battle between the two was unknown. How could he talk about a sword attack? Good. Huh. The disciple of the Divine Range sect looked at Long Chun contemptuously. He was afraid that Long Chun would agree. In his opinion, although Long Chun defeated Ho Fei Yuan, He must have consumed a lot of his spiritual power. Now was the best opportunity to defeat Long Chun and take all the bets. His initial sneak attack was to kill Long Chun directly. Once he succeeded, he would be punished. But he would definitely get a lot of benefits. At least, Qin Yinzi wouldn't be spared. Unfortunately, Long Chun miraculously dodged the sword attack. Moreover, he had completely angered the 100 Smelting Sect leader. But he didn't expect Long Chun to be so arrogant. A sword attack? What a joke. As the monstrous disciple of the Divine Range sect, he had the power of the bloodline. His strength was even higher than Ho Fei Yuan's. If he couldn't even withstand a sword attack, he might as well commit suicide. The 100 Smelting Sect leader frowned slightly. He wanted to say something to Long Chun, but Long Chun cupped his fists slightly and said, "Disciple has made up his mind. This person attacked me with a sword attack. Naturally, I will pay him back with my own hands." The surrounding people discussed for a while and gradually left. Only Long Chun and the disciple of the Divine Range sect were left in the center square. The sect leader of the Divine Range sect stared at Long Chun with a sneer. His monstrous disciple had the bloodline of the ancient giant rock beast. His defensive power was amazing, and his strength was at the peak of the 8th level of the Void Return Realm. In terms of combat power, even Lian Sheng didn't dare to say that he could defeat him in the 5 sections. The sect leader of the Wanjian sect stared at the 2 people in the square. He asked Lian Cheng, who was behind him, "What is this guy thinking? How dare he say that he will defeat the monstrous disciple of the Divine Range sect with a single sword attack? Is this something you can do?" Lian Cheng was silent for a moment. He stared at the 2 people in the square and shook his head. "Disciple can't do it, but I will definitely take his life within 10 moves. Then the result is self-evident. In terms of swordsmanship, I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation of the 5 sects can surpass you. Long Chun is no exception. You seem to care a lot about the Thunder Spirit Dao fruit. If this thing is obtained by the Divine Range sect, you should snatch it." Chapter 254. A sword strike. Long Chun and the Divine Vein sect's genius disciple made a bet under the watchful eyes of the public. A sword strike. Long Chun bet all his 1,000-year-old fire seeds, the Emperor-level elixir he won from defeating Ho Fei Yuan, and an innate spiritual object. The 5 major sects all wanted these things. The 100,000-year-old fire seeds were enough to create dozens of Void Return Realm experts. Long Chun defeated Ho Fei Yuan, and his swordsmanship is divine. However, he is too arrogant to defeat the Divine Vein sect's genius disciple with a single sword strike. Humph, he is more than arrogant. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Divine Vein sect's genius disciple has the bloodline of the giant rock beast. His defense is his forte. Even Lian Cheng wouldn't dare to boast like this. Long Chun has such combat strength at the Divine Transformation Realm. He must have obtained the inheritance of his predecessors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered the 100 Smelting Sect with his swordsmanship and combat strength. I just don't know if he or the Wanjian sect's genius disciple, Lian Cheng, has a higher attainment in swordsmanship. Long Chun and a monstrous disciple of the Divine Range sect looked at each other and started discussing. The Divine Vein sect's genius disciple stared at Long Chun with eyes full of contempt. He said, "Although your combat strength is amazing, you can't defeat me with a single sword strike. No one in the younger generation of the 5 major sects can compare with me in terms of defense." Huge dark brown rocks covered his body as he spoke. Only his eyes were left as he looked at Long Chun with ridicule. Pieces of rock turned him into a giant the size of a small mountain. The huge rock shone with a heavy and hard luster. The bluestone ground under his feet seemed to be unable to bear the weight of his body and shattered inch by inch. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim. The Divine Vein sect's genius disciple, who had the bloodline of the giant rock beast from ancient times, was now like a demon beast. Its defensive power had reached an unprecedented height. It's not over yet. So what if I use my body to resist your sword strike? As soon as the Divine Range sect's monstrous disciple finished speaking, His body was shrouded in layers of spiritual power. At this moment, everyone from the 5 great sects couldn't help but shake their heads. The defensive power of the giant rock beast was too shocking, not to mention that he was a return to void final stage cultivator. The sect master of the Divine Veins sect couldn't help but laugh. It's not bad for your 100 smelting clan to have such a genius. After all, no matter whether he has inherited someone else's inheritance or not, even if he can't make a breakthrough in his lifetime, it's still not bad for your 100 smelting clan. However, sometimes being arrogant isn't a good thing. Take today's bet as a lesson. The face of the 100 smelting clan's patriarch turned ashen. He could only remain silent when he heard the ridicule in his words. In fact, even he didn't believe that Long Chun could defeat the monstrous disciple of the Divine Pulse sect with one sword. However, things were still happening. Long Chun held his sword and walked step by step towards the Divine Pulse sect's monstrous disciple who had activated his bloodline power. His eyes were extremely cold and filled with killing intent. Long Chun already had the intention to kill this person. If it weren't for his powerful divine thought, he would have been killed by the sneak attack just now. Seeing that Long Chun was gradually approaching him, the Divine Pulse sect's monstrous disciple sneered. "Why? Do you want to come closer? You can stand in front of me. I'm afraid that your sword can't even break through my outermost layer of spiritual power." Long Chun stared at this person and sneered. "You stabbed me with your sword. Now I'm returning the favor. It's fair." As soon as Long Chun finished speaking, he slowly raised his sword with his right hand. Then, spiritual power began to flow rapidly on the sword, as if it had some kind of unique rhythm and trajectory. Sword art, cutting-edge stab. As Long Chun shouted, his body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, the long sword in his hand had already fallen down. This sword thrust out diagonally from the front of the chest, and the tip of the sword was aimed at the pair of eyes outside the giant stone leather armor. Buzz! The sound of the sword rang in everyone's ears. The sword in Long Chun's hand had already fallen to the ground. If one looked carefully, they would find that the sword was vibrating at a terrifying speed. The sword fell, and it was over in one move. This sword was too fast. The distance between the two was less than 100 feet. The sword was drawn, and the sword fell. It didn't even take a breath. There was no blood in the square, no screams. If it weren't for the sound of the long sword, no one would believe that Long Chun had drawn his sword. However, the layers of defense in front of the Divine Pulse sect's monstrous disciple had already been penetrated. Long Chun's long sword went through his eyes and through his skull. Silence. It was terrifyingly silent. A gust of mountain wind blew past. Everyone felt chills all over their bodies, and their hair stood on end. The body of the Divine Pulse sect's monstrous disciple gradually returned to his human form. The abnormality caused by the bloodline of the giant rock beast gradually dissipated. The left eye of the monstrous disciple of the Divine Pulse sect was full of doubts. This was because this sword was too fast. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. He didn't dodge. He was wondering how this sword could break through his layers of defense. However, in the next moment, the long sword pierced through his right eye and took his life. However, it wasn't only him. Everyone present couldn't believe their eyes. One sword, just one sword, killed the monstrous disciple of the Divine Pulse sect at the Void Return stage. As the Divine Vein sect's monstrous disciple's corpse fell to the ground, Long Chun's long sword was stained with blood. Everyone gasped in shock. They felt as if a thunderbolt had flashed in their minds. A bone-piercing chill crept up their backs. How is this possible? One sword, just one sword, killed the monstrous disciple of the Divine Pulse sect at the late Void Return stage. What realm has this person's swordsmanship reached? Such a fast and powerful sword. After the Zhu Wuqing incident, the monstrous disciples of the Divine Pulse sect were all killed by him alone. What kind of disciple did the 100 Smelting sect accept? The exclamations were endless. Everyone stared at Long Chun, who was holding the long sword. Jian Shan stared at the sword in Long Chun's hand. His eyes were full of passion. He couldn't help but whisper, the perfect fusion of 5 sword moves. A simple stab contains thousands of high-frequency sword moves. Jian Shisan's words made Marquis Feng Qing take a deep breath. He knew that Jian Shisan was right. He was very sensitive to swordsmanship. Yi Hailan also stared at Long Chun in a daze. This sword move could be described as graceful. It was enough to catch the attention of any woman. The sect masters of the 5 major sects were also shocked. Even the sect master of the 100 Smelting sect was stunned. He didn't expect that Long Chun could kill the monstrous disciple of the Divine Pulse sect with one sword move. However, the sect master of the Divine Pulse sect was ghastly pale. He stared at Long Chun with bloodshot eyes. He knew that his eyes were full of killing intent. On the other side, behind the sect master of the Wanjian sect, a cold-looking young man in a black robe with sword patterns looked at Long Chun. He was exuding boundless battle intent. Chapter 255. The Clash of the Titans. The genius disciple of the Wanjian sect, Lian Sheng, was the leader of the genius disciples of the 5 major sects. His cultivation in swordsmanship was considered to be the best in the 5 major sects. Long Chen's sword had excited him like never before. However, he was stopped by the Wanjian sect leader as he moved forward. He frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "There are too many strange things about this boy. You should be able to see the horror of the sword just now. Do you still want to fight him?" Lian Sheng stared at Long Chun in silence for a moment, then nodded and slowly walked towards Long Chun. At this moment, Long Chun was standing in the same place. He was rapidly absorbing the extremely dense and invisible bloodline power from the Divine Range sect's monstrous disciple. Then, the faint lightning mark between his eyebrows gradually solidified. He even felt that the originally golden blood in his body was now filled with a large amount of lightning. The 5-clawed golden dragon physique had finally absorbed the bloodline power of the Divine Vein sect's monstrous disciple after killing him. Now, it was only a sliver away from transforming into the 3-eyed thunder dragon physique. 5-clawed golden dragon, 3-eyed lightning dragon, rain overturning azure dragon, 5 elements azure dragon, mirage clam dragon, chasing sunhorn dragon, heaven battling coil dragon, 6 paths gazing dragon, world destroying ancestral dragon. Long Chun possessed the heavenly dragon veins, and his bloodline could evolve continuously until he became the world-destroying ancestral dragon. And each form had its own unique ability. Long Chun clenched his fist slightly. He could feel that not only did his bloodline contain the power of the 5-clawed golden dragon and its powerful recovery ability, but now there was also the power of the thunder technique. Unfortunately, the power of the thunder technique was not complete, and only a little bit was left before it could completely transform. While Long Chun was thinking, Lian Sheng of the Wanjian sect stood in front of Long Chun. He stared at Long Chun and said, "Your swordsmanship is not bad. It's quite interesting." When Long Chun heard this, he was first stunned, and then he heard the high and mighty meaning in this person's words, as if this was the evaluation of his swordsmanship by a Sword Dao Grandmaster. Long Chun's swordsmanship in his previous life could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Hearing this, he smiled faintly and said, "So according to what you said, although my swordsmanship is somewhat interesting, it is still not enough to enter your eyes. Is that what you mean?" "It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning." Lian Cheng's eyes were filled with arrogance as he replied, "However, the sword force contained in your sword technique just now made me want to fight." A smile appeared on the corners of Long Chen's mouth. He pointed at the items at the side and said in a deep voice, "How much do you want to bet on the items here?" Long Chun even took a deep look at the Divine Vein sect's sect lord after he spoke. The Divine Vein sect's sect lord hadn't taken out the bet that they had promised. The head of the 100 Smelting clan stared at Long Chun as he walked out. His eyes were full of appreciation. He was very pleased with what Long Chun had done today. The 100 Smelting clan had always been at the bottom of the 5 major sects. But today, Long Chun had allowed them to raise their heads in front of other sects for the first time. Of course, As for Long Chen's abnormal combat strength, he didn't care whether it came from any inheritance or what kind of shackles it would have in the future. They were the 100 Smelting Clan. What he really valued was Long Chen's talent in alchemy. How could an emperor-level alchemist who was less than 20 years old ask for combat strength? As long as his grade was higher, countless experts would naturally come to him and reach a tacit understanding with him for the sake of emperor-level elixirs. Divine Vein Sect's Sect Lord, why don't you take away your disciple's body and give me the bet? Don't miss a single item. The 100 Smelting Clan's Sect Lord felt very happy in his heart. The Divine Vein Sect's Sect Lord's face was as yellow as wax. He snorted coldly, and the spiritual energy in his body was a little chaotic. With a flash of spiritual light in his right hand, he threw the 5th grade elixirs on the ground one by one. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he lifted the dead disciple's body into the air and immediately flew up and disappeared from everyone's sight. The Divine Vein Sect's monstrous disciple was killed in front of everyone. How could he still have the face to stay here? On the other side, the 100 Smelting Clan Sect Lord stared at Lien Sheng and snorted coldly. You are the number 1 monstrous disciple of the 5 great sects. Now, after Long Chun killed 2 monstrous disciples in a row, you still take the initiative to challenge him. Don't you feel ashamed? Lien Sheng was silent for a moment and replied, Then it doesn't matter if we fight tomorrow, but today I will take the Thunder Spirit Dao Fruit. When Long Chun and Zhang Yishan fought that day, Lien Sheng and several other monstrous disciples were all present. Their purpose was to obtain the Thunder Spirit Dao Fruit. Now that the Thunder Spirit Dao Fruit had fallen into the hands of Long Chun, he naturally wanted to obtain it. This item was extremely important to him, and it was enough to make his strength reach a fundamental change. The 100 Smelting Clan Sect Lord frowned slightly and looked at Long Chun with an inquiring look. He said in a deep voice, If you don't want to fight, you can retreat today. As for the Thunder Spirit Dao Fruit, even if you don't give it to him, what can he do? This inquiry was enough to show Long Chen's position in the 100 Smelting Clan Sect Lord's heart. Long Chen fought Ho Fei Yuan and killed a monstrous disciple of the Divine Range sect with a sword. Today he still stood tall. Everyone felt in their hearts that he should take a day off. Otherwise, this competition would be too unfair. However, Long Chen stared at Lien Sheng and said lightly, You want to fight? You can, just take out the same bet. Yi Hailan, Jian Shisan, and the others looked at Long Chun with a wry smile. They only felt that Long Chun seemed to have infinite battle strength. Lien Sheng was the number 1 monstrous disciple of the 5 great sects, but he ignored him like this. Lien Sheng looked at the bed at this time and couldn't help but frown. Even the corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch twice. He looked at the Wanjian sect's sect lord. At this moment, the bet was too big. If the sect lord hadn't agreed and taken action, they wouldn't have been able to afford it. The Wanjian sect's sect lord glanced at Lien Sheng and seemed to be quite confident. Jian Lien Sheng nodded slightly and knew that the sect lord had a 70 to 80% chance of defeating Long Chun. He replied, These bets are nothing to the Wanjian sect. You two can fight as much as you want. Fight as much as you want. As soon as the sect lord finished speaking, the entire 5 great sects were completely boiling. Countless disciples felt their blood burning. Today, the monstrous disciples of the various great sects were fighting one after another. This was really a rare spectacle. Moreover, the opponents of these monstrous disciples were the new disciple of the 100 Smelting Clan, Long Chun. There were also the emperor-level elixirs and innate spiritual objects on the ground. The large amount of resources made everyone's blood boil. Fight, fight, fight. Let the 100 Smelting Clan know the power of the Wanjian sect. In terms of swordsmanship, the Wanjian sect is not weaker than anyone else. Even if a new disciple of the 100 Smelting Clan is a monstrous disciple, so what? If he fights with the Wanjian sect, he will only lose. As the crowd shouted, all the sect lords knew that today's battle couldn't be stopped. The winner of today's battle would be the first among the younger generation of the 5 great sects. He would also be the focus of attention of the younger generation of the 5 great sects. As the crowd shouted, Qing Yunzi slowly walked out from the Godly Knife sect and said in a cold voice, "I want to raise the bet. There are still 3 spiritual objects of heaven and earth here. There are 6 third-grade Emperor-level elixirs and 10 ninth-grade King-level elixirs." Chapter 256. What's the harm in letting you have 5 strikes? Qing Yunzi raised his hand and threw items onto the stage one by one as the stakes. But his words made everyone stagnate. Everyone knew that the enmity between Qing Yunzi and Long Chun had unknowingly formed. Ever since Long Chun broke the establishment of the 9 great empires and interfered with Qing Yunzi's benefits, he had always been Qing Yunzi's target. If not for this, so many monstrous disciples would not go against Long Chun for a thunder spirit Dao fruit. Long Chun's eyes suddenly shrank and said coldly, "If I win, not only do I want the items on the ground, I also want your head." First time, the entire central plaza was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The battle between Long Chun and Lien Sheng had completely changed because of Qing Yunzi's participation. Qing Yunzi also saw how terrifying Long Chun's battle strength was. With Long Chun's current strength, it was still comparable to the various monstrous disciples. If he did not kill him today, he would not have another chance. As the leader of the 5 great sects' monstrous disciples, Lien Sheng saw Long Chun's battle strength and still made a move. It was enough to see his confidence in defeating Long Chun. He also became Qing Yunzi's last chance to kill Long Chun. Before Qing Yunzi could answer, Lien Sheng stared at Qing Yunzi and said lightly, "If I win, I will take all these items. Long Chun will pay with his life." "Senior Qing Yunzi, what do you think?" Qing Yunzi snorted. "As long as you kill this person, all these items will belong to you." Lien Sheng smiled and shook his head, saying, No, I think you're mistaken. I only bet resources with him, not lives. The ones betting are the 2 of you." Lien Sheng was also a smart person. He knew that whether it was Qing Yunzi's death or Long Chun's death, it would bring about countless troubles. He naturally did not want to get involved in this mess. After all, Long Chun was no longer an ordinary new disciple. The 100 Smelting Clan's patriarch's face was gloomy, but he knew that he couldn't stop Long Chun because he could feel Long Chun's killing intent. He wanted to take Qing Yunzi's life. Qing Yunzi snorted coldly and said to Lien Sheng, "As you say, I'll bet my life with Long Chun." In his eyes, since Lien Sheng dared to stand out at this moment, it meant that he had great confidence in defeating Long Chun. Naturally, Qing Yunzi felt a lot more at ease. Seeing that the 3 of them had finished their discussion, the people of the various sects revealed heated expressions. The final battle between the 2 monstrous disciples would determine the number 1 disciple of the younger generation of the 5 great sects. Under everyone's gaze, Long Chun and the monstrous disciple of the Wanjian sect stood facing each other. Both of them held long swords in their hands, showing off their abilities. Qing Yunzi said indifferently, "Your sword skill attainments can be said to be number 1 among the younger generation of the 5 great sects, but in my eyes, you're like a child." "Child?" Long Chun shook his head slightly and couldn't help but smile. In his previous life, his sword skill was divine, and no one in the 10 Directions celestial domain dared to challenge him. At this moment, a Wanjian sect disciple of the Void Return realm actually said that his sword skill was like a child's. How could he not laugh? In fact, in Long Chun's eyes, compared to the monstrous disciples of the other sects, the Wanjian sect's Lien Sheng was the easiest to defeat, because no one in the world could surpass him in sword skills. Just like Lien Sheng's arrogant words, in front of Long Chun, his sword skills were like a child's play, unable to withstand a single blow. "Do you think that after defeating Ho Fei Yuan and killing that trash from the Divine Vein sect, you can fight with me? Both of them were defeated by me a year ago," Lien Sheng said arrogantly. The people around were in an uproar. Everyone followed Lien Sheng's words. He was the strongest, monstrous disciple of the 5 great sects, but no one expected that they would secretly decide the winner a year ago. Long Chun said lightly, "It's useless to say more. Let me see if your sword skills are as strong as you say. Although you're only in the soul formation realm, your combat power is not inferior to that of the void return realm. Today, I don't want to take your life with my own hands. Let's fight 10 moves and convince you wholeheartedly. Lian Cheng seemed to be full of confidence in his sword skills. Anything is fine. Long Chen smiled faintly, unwilling to argue with Lian Cheng. Just as Lian Cheng said, Long Chen's spiritual power was comparable to that of the void return realm, and he was not afraid of anyone in terms of sword skills. Long Chen would not lose this battle. However, Qing Yunzi, who was standing at the side, smiled, secretly thinking that Long Chen had fallen into Lian Cheng's trap. Lian Cheng's sword skills and cultivation were enough to be called a rare genius in the Wanjian sect. Lian Cheng had already condensed several types of sword intents a few years ago, and all of them were sword moves. Since he dared to propose such a competition after seeing Long Chen's sword skills, he must have a well-thought-out plan. On the other side, Yi Hailan and the 100 Smelting Clan leader shook their heads slightly and said to Jian Shisan and the others behind them in a low voice, "This is going to be troublesome." Long Chen seems to have underestimated Lian Cheng's sword skills. His sword skills were personally taught by the sect leader of the Wanjian sect, and his sword intents and sword moves were all guided by him. His sword skills can be said to be almost the same as the sect leader of the Wanjian sect. Marquis Fengqing's eyes suddenly narrowed, but Jian Shisan's face was burning with passion. He stared at Long Chen and said, "I, Jian Shisan, have always been obsessed with the sword. Since he has a master, the sword in his hand will not lose to anyone." Yi Hailan and the 100 Smelting Clan leader could not help but be stunned, as if they were also affected by Jian Shisan's words. On the other side, Lian Cheng said to Long Chen, "I'll let you make 5 moves first. After all, I'm a disciple of the Wanjian sect, and you're a disciple of the 100 Smelting Clan. Make your move." Long Chen shook his head slightly, but he did not hold back. He slowly walked forward and slowly raised his sword under the gaze of thousands of people. Everyone held their breath, wanting to see what kind of wonderful performance the two swordsmen would make. However, when Long Chen made his move, everyone was stunned. Their eyes were as wide as a bull's, and their jaws almost fell to the ground. Long Chen's long sword moved casually, slashing randomly around Lian Cheng's body. There were exactly 5 slashes, no more, no less. What's he doing? Could this be his attack? Lian Cheng asked him to make 5 moves first. What is he doing? Is he humiliating Lian Cheng? Arrogant. There are a total of 10 moves, and the one who makes the first move has an absolute advantage. Now that he has destroyed 5 moves, what's the difference between that and suicide? I'd like to see how he handles the next 5 moves. Everyone was puzzled by Long Chen's actions. These 5 moves were simply unbelievable to everyone. At this moment, they were gambling with their lives. Lian Cheng seemed to be unable to react for a while, but then his whole face darkened, and he said coldly, "What do you mean by this? Are you serious about these 5 moves?" Long Chen nodded and said, "Since you asked me to make the first move, I'll let you make 5 moves first." Hiss! Long Chen's words caused an uproar. He had destroyed 5 moves, which meant that if he could not block one of the 5 moves, he would lose the battle. Chapter 257. Soaring Sword Intent. The two of them had 10 moves, but Long Chen had crippled 5 of his own moves, causing chaos in the arena. In everyone's eyes, this was simply suicide. The sect master of the Wanjian sect couldn't help but laugh out loud. He muttered to himself, "Does this guy really think that he is invincible just because he killed the Divine Vein sect's monstrous disciple by surprise? After crippling 5 of his own moves, even I can't guarantee that I can dodge Lian Cheng's 5 moves. What does he have?" On the other side, Qing Yunzi's face turned red. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. In his opinion, Long Chen was simply digging his own grave. As long as Long Chen was defeated today, he would take his life with his own hands. "So what if I gave you 5 moves?" Long Chen's words completely infuriated Lian Cheng. Lien Cheng's face darkened. He said coldly, "Since you're courting death, then don't blame me." Lien Cheng pointed his sword at Long Chun and muttered, "You killed the Divine Vein Sect disciple with sword momentum just now because he didn't dodge. With this first move, I will let you see what a joke your sword is compared to my sword. Sword art, 10,000 beasts bow?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lien Cheng's sword suddenly attacked Long Chun. In an instant, his aura changed greatly. Although there was no spiritual power on the sword, it brought about a strange phenomenon. It was as if 10,000 beasts were rushing towards the dragon chariot. This was sword momentum. Many sect elders could see that there were 7 or 8 different sword momentum in it. Even without the support of spiritual power, the strange phenomenon produced by the sword was enough to show how terrifying it was. As for the 10,000 beast sword art, it was the famous sword art of the Wanjian sect's sect master. It was a 7th grade emperor-level sword art. Its power could be imagined. The moment Lien Cheng made his move, Long Chun moved at the same time. The sword technique he used was the same one that defeated the Divine Vein sect's monstrous disciple. Sword art, cutting-edge, stab. Everyone's expression changed. Before Lien Cheng made his move, he said that the sword momentum of this sword art would suppress Long Chen's previous move. How would Long Chen dare to use this move again? One had to know that he had already lost 5 moves, and if he was defeated by a single sword strike, then what awaited him would be death. Seeing that Long Chun actually dared to use this swordsmanship to receive his warning, Lien Cheng could not help but sneer. His long sword suddenly fell towards Long Chun. Their sword techniques instantly intertwined with each other, and an invisible airwave swept through the entire central square with the two of them as the center. The square beneath their feet shattered inch by inch, extending for dozens of meters. The fact that the two of them were able to produce such power without using any spirit power was enough to shock everyone. Rumble. After the 10,000 beasts died, the two men's long swords and blades clashed. Their sword auras instantly blended together, emitting a deafening sound as the air continued to explode. Break! Chong Chen's hand moved, and the numerous sword auras on his sword seemed to come to life as they suddenly rushed towards Chong Chen's sword from all directions. Wherever the sword auras passed, the numerous demonic beast shadows were shattered inch by inch. Lien Cheng's figure retreated rapidly as he glared at Long Chun. He was panting heavily, and his eyes were bloodshot with anger. He had actually been defeated by this sword strike. Under everyone's gaze, not only was his first sword strike blocked by Long Chun, but his sword strike was also broken. He repelled it. He is still using the same sword aura as before, but he repelled Wanjian sect's Lien Cheng. So that's how it is. This person just killed the Divine Vein sect's disciple, but he didn't win by surprise. It seems that even if that person dodged at that time, I'm afraid that his sword strike would have many variations. Lien Cheng has failed miserably this time. However, there are still 4 more sword strikes. No matter what, Long Chun will die. Everyone was shocked, but they were still not optimistic about Long Chen's chances. After all, there were still 4 more sword strikes. If he could not block even one sword strike, he would still be defeated. Lien Cheng only felt his cheeks burning. A wave of anger rushed to his heart. He had never thought that Long Chun would still have a trump card as sword. Lien Cheng let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice, "I was careless this time. I didn't expect that your sword strike would have variations. However, I will not let you have another opportunity to take advantage of me." Lien Cheng did not attack directly this time. Instead, he slowly walked towards Long Chun until he was 3 meters away from him. This was the advantage of being the first to attack. He had the absolute initiative, and Long Chun could only react immediately after him. If he was careless, he would be doomed eternally. Sword art, wind and cloud strangulation. Lien Cheng suddenly attacked. His long sword struck out at close range. Almost at the same time as his voice fell, countless sword rays were slanted towards Long Chun. This sword strike was too fast. Moreover, the distance was too close. Everyone shook their heads the moment he attacked. It was too difficult to block this sword strike, and the only way was to retreat. However, once he retreated, it was equivalent to failure. What awaited him was only death. However, under everyone's gaze, Long Chun still stood firm. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The long sword in his hand did not move at all. With a wave of his hand, a vast sword intent rushed to the 9 heavens. Bang, bang. The wind and clouds in the sky moved, and the sword intent shattered like rain. Lien Chung looked as if he had been struck by lightning. The long sword in his hand flew out and fell out of his hand. He retreated dozens of steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! How could this be? This soaring sword intent. To what extent has this person comprehended sword intent? Lien Chung was actually sent flying. As a disciple of the 100 Smelting Sect, Long Chen's attainments in sword art are terrifying. Thousands of people from the 5 big sects in all directions took a few steps forward. Their expressions changed drastically, and they could not help but exclaim. This sword strike, Long Chun actually received it again without showing any emotion. Not only that, but he also sent Lien Chung, who had attacked first, flying dozens of meters, and his long sword fell out of his hand. Was this really a monstrous disciple of the Wanjian sect? It seemed that in front of Long Chun, regardless of whether it was his sword intent or sword force, he could not withstand a single blow. Or, rather, he was like a child. Lien Chung could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He slowly stood up and stared at Long Chun. He was still terrified by the soaring sword intent just now. Long Chun had only shaken his sword, but he had actually activated the sword intent all over his body to the extreme. To what extent had he comprehended sword intent? The Wanjian sect leader's expression changed drastically. He stared at Long Chun in horror. Even he could not achieve such a condensed and flexible sword intent. To what extent had Long Chen's attainments in sword art reached? Why was such a genius in sword art a disciple of the 100 Smelting Sect? Yi Hailan and the others finally understood why Jian Shi-san, who was obsessed with sword art, was willing to acknowledge Long Chun as his master. They also understood why he had such blind confidence in Long Chun. It was because his sword was really too sharp, as the crowd exclaimed, and the people of the 100 Smelting Sect rejoiced. Qin Yunzi's smile slowly froze on his face. He even directly shouted at Lien Chung, "Is this the strength of a monstrous disciple of the Wanjian sect? Is this the sword art that you are so proud of? There's still 3 strikes left. You only need to win with 1 strike." Chapter 258. Shameless man Lien Chung was enraged by Long Chen's attacks. He had been defeated in 2 consecutive moves. He realized that Long Chun was not as simple as he had thought. As Lien Chung spoke, the members of the 5 major sects held their breaths and watched. 3 moves at the same time meant that the outcome was about to be decided. The scene fell into silence once more as numerous gazes fell onto Lien Chung in unison. The 3 strongest moves of his life. However, Long Chun remained calm. He knew that no matter what sword technique Lien Chung used, he would not lose. Although Lien Chung had the talent to cultivate the way of the sword, he lacked the heart of a swordsman. Therefore, these sword techniques were full of flaws in Long Chen's eyes. Lien Chung became angrier as he looked at Long Chen's calm face. He pointed his sword at the sky and said coldly, "The first move, Sun Chaser. The second move, Ice Sting. The third move, Whirlwind." As Lien Chung waved his sword, rays of terrifying sword light shot out. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face was as white as a sheet. However, his eyes were fixed on Long Chun. He wanted to see Long Chun fall with his own eyes. As soon as the 3 moves were unleashed, the sky changed color. Even without the use of spiritual power, it was as if strange phenomena had occurred before everyone's eyes. The sky was filled with raging flames, and the ground was covered in ice. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds were surging. Several of the older elders of the 10,000 Swords sect narrowed their eyes at the sight. Among them, the great elder cried out involuntarily, sword will, sword force, sword technique. Three combined into one to form three techniques, yet they complement each other. This sword technique is unparalleled. Lien Sheng is worthy of being called a genius disciple of the five major sections. I'm afraid that no one in the Void Return realm can match this move. Three moves combine into one, but they complement each other. Can Long Chun withstand this move? The three sword techniques seemed invisible, but wherever they passed, the battle stage would shatter inch by inch. It was as if countless swords and knives were about to tear Long Chun apart. Some of the Dao integration stage elders even thought that they wouldn't be able to block those three sword strikes if they didn't use their cultivation bases. However, Long Chun was still standing in the same place, as if nothing had happened. His clothes were fluttering in the wind brought about by the sword, and he finally lifted the sword in his hand. Sword art, sky-piercing. As his voice fell, his entire being seemed to have transformed into an otherworldly sword. In front of him, a cold light seemed to have sliced space apart, and it tore open a passageway from top to bottom. He took a step forward, and the raging flames in the sky were instantly torn apart from the middle like a piece of paper that had been sliced by a sharp object. Then he took a second step, and the ice phenomenon did the same. Then he took a third step. Regardless of whether they were soul formation stage cultivators or Dao integration stage cultivators, all of them felt as if there were needles stabbing into their backs as they subconsciously took a few steps back. Above the sky, above the ground, between the heavens and the earth, the three most powerful swords were torn apart under Long Chen's feet at this moment. The collapse of the mighty sword intent and sword momentum set off gusts of wind, and countless whirlpools appeared out of nowhere. It was extremely chaotic. Long Chen's sword had already landed on Lien Sheng's neck at some point in time. Lien Sheng was dumbfounded on the spot. His face, which was originally pale from using these three moves, became even paler. His body couldn't stop trembling, and the long sword in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He had lost. He had not won a single one of the five moves. Lien Sheng's eyes lost all light. He was the number one person among the younger generation of the Wanjian sect, and the leader of the monstrous disciples of the five great sects. But now, he had been utterly defeated. Under everyone's gaze, Long Chun shook his head slightly, put away his sword, and stared at Lien Sheng as he said calmly, "Do you know why you lost?" Long Chun did not want to argue with Lien Sheng. In his eyes, Lien Sheng's sword cultivation was as immature as a child's. There was nothing to be happy about winning. Lien Sheng shook his head helplessly and said in a low voice, "Whether it's sword momentum or sword intent, I'm confused. These sword moves have reached the stage of perfection in my hands, but why can you break them so easily every time? I'm not convinced." Not only Lien Sheng, but even the face of the lord of the Wanjian sect was extremely ugly. Lien Sheng was his direct disciple, but now he had been defeated by Long Chun, and it was a crushing defeat. A monstrous direct disciple of the lord of the Wanjian sect had been defeated by a new disciple of the 100 Smelting Clan. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Long Chun turned and walked away, but he said calmly, "Is that your sword technique?" This simple sentence stunned Lien Sheng on the spot. The people who were watching from all directions were completely confused. They still felt that Long Chen's victory today was simply like a dream. But they were not dreaming. Long Chun had won, and he had won with an absolute advantage. Long Chun, the number one person of the younger generation of the five sects, Long Chun. Our 100 Smelting Clan actually has the power to suppress the four sections. Haha, Long Chun is mighty. In the cheers of all the people of the five sects, except for the Lord of the Divine Pulse sect who had already left, the other four people slowly looked at Qin Yunzi. He had used the battle between Long Chun and Lien Sheng as a bet of his life. Now that Lien Sheng had been defeated, it was equivalent to him losing his life. Qin Yunzi was dumbfounded. He had never thought that Lien Sheng of the Wanjian sect, who had made a solemn vow, would be defeated by Long Chun with one sword move. Long Chun had already stood not far in front of him. Cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said calmly, "You and I have bet our lives, and now I'm going to take back your bet." After taking back Qing Yunzi's life, the elders of the various sects and many people looked at Qing Yunzi. Qing Yunzi's face was livid. He stared at Long Chun and said, "You can't take away my life." "Oh, it seems that Senior Qing Yunzi wants to go back on his words, right?" Long Chun said calmly. His eyes looked at the four lord of the Wanjian sect who were present. This bet was witnessed by the four lord of the Wanjian sect. Countless people from the 5 sects had witnessed it with their own eyes. When the lord of the Wanjian sect saw Long Chun looking at him, he said coldly, "You are a disciple of the 100 Smelting Clan. If you want to take this person's life, it should be carried out by the lord of the 100 Smelting Clan." The lord of the Tongbi sect sneered and said, "The two of us won't interfere, but killing this person should be carried out by the 100 Smelting Clan personally." Qing Yunzi belonged to the Godly Knife sect. However, even the lord of the Godly Knife sect said the same thing. He didn't care about Qing Yunzi's life at all, but like the other two, he didn't want to do it personally. The lord of the 100 Smelting Clan frowned and said to Long Chun in a low voice, "I'm afraid that all the sects want to get rid of Qing Yunzi, but he's still living well all these years because he has many connections with the ancient clans in the ancient desolate land. Especially recently, he's been in close contact with the Anciently clan. In the next 2 days, it's said that the young master of the Anciently clan will personally visit our 5 sections. If we kill him now, there will be endless trouble." Chapter 259, Dao Integration Stage Battle. The situation was in a stalemate. Although Qing Yunzi was at the Dao integration stage, it was actually due to the use of pills. In terms of combat power, the elders and sect leaders of the 5 sects could easily kill him. But now that Long Chun had won, no one was willing to take his life. Even the 100 Smelting Clan's clan leader was hesitant. As for Qing Yunzi abiding by the terms of the bet and taking his own life, that was even more impossible. The reason was the Li clan of the ancient clan. Any one of these ancient bloodline clans from the ancient desolate land was enough to destroy the 5 great sections. Naturally, they were afraid of them. Qing Yunzi stared at Long Chun and sneered. "You think you can take my life just because you won? You're too naive. However, if you do it yourself, I don't mind fighting you." The sect leader of the 100 Smelting Clan snorted. "Qing Yunzi, you're a Dao integration stage cultivator after all. Dao integration stage is different from other realms. Long Chun is only at the soul formation stage. Even if he reached the void return stage, he can't fight a Dao integration stage cultivator. I won't take your life today. I'll treat this bet as a joke. However, the grudge between you and Long Chun will be written off. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The sect leader of the 100 Smelting Clan wanted the two of them to take a step back and write off their grudge. Qing Yunzi looked at Long Chun deeply but didn't say anything. Long Chun understood that Qing Yunzi would definitely not let this matter rest. At this moment, the Anciently clan had yet to arrive. Perhaps Qing Yunzi was still somewhat fearful. However, once the Anciently clan arrived, things would only become more difficult. Long Chun shook his head and said coldly, "Sect leaders, since you're not willing to do it, I'll do it myself." The sect masters and even Qing Yunzi were stunned. Qing Yunzi couldn't believe it and asked, "You said you want to fight with me?" Long Chun nodded slightly. Qing Yunzi laughed loudly and shouted, "Long Chun, disciple of the Tongbi sect, challenges me. Life or death." Qing Yunzi's voice was loud, as if he wanted the news to spread throughout the 5 sections. The 5 sects, who were cheering because of Long Chun, fell into an uproar. No one expected Long Chun to challenge the elder of the Godly Knife sect, Qing Yunzi, after defeating Lin Cheng of the Wanjian sect. Long Chun wants to challenge Qing Yunzi. Is he crazy? Qing Yunzi is an elder who has reached the Dao integration stage. The enmity between Qing Yunzi and Long Chun is very deep. Earlier, the two of them even bet their lives on the battle of Lin Cheng. However, How could Qin Yun Zi be willing to die because of a bet? Could it be that the various sect masters are just going to watch Long Chun throw his life away like this? This matter was originally Qin Yun Zi's fault. He went back on his words. Many people from the 5 sects were furious. Everyone knew that Long Chun and Lien Cheng had bet their lives before the battle. Now, Qin Yun Zi went back on his word. Not only did he not keep the bet, but he also wanted to fight Long Chun. This was too much. No matter how strong Long Chun was, he was only a disciple. Qin Yun Zi, on the other hand, was a Dao integration stage elite. The Dao integration stage was different from other stages. At this stage, one could condense a soul seed and travel in the air. They had already touched the edge of the mysterious laws of heaven and earth. On the other hand, Long Chun was merely in the divine transformation realm. Yi Hailon, Ao, Sangqiong, and the others were shocked when they heard the news. They walked toward Long Chun. Lu Yi and Yin Li also walked out from the 100 Smelting Sect. They stared at Long Chun worriedly. Yi Hailon said in a deep voice, "This is too risky. You should think twice." Jian Shi-san also frowned. Master's sword Dao cultivation is very high. However, the Dao integration stage is not something that could be surpassed by combat power. Ho, Sangqiong, and the others nodded. They wanted to dissuade Long Chun. Long Chun shook his head. He seemed to have made up his mind. Qin Yun Zi stared at them and said coldly. Everyone heard Long Chun's words clearly. "You can't go back on your word." Everyone's face darkened. Qin Yun Zi was really shameless. As a Dao integration stage elder, he wanted to fight a soul transformation stage disciple. Not only that, but he also went back on his word. Now, he wanted to fight someone else on the battle stage. He even said that he could not go back on his word. This was the biggest joke in the world. Tomorrow, you and I will fight on the Godly Saber Sect's battle stage. Long Chun did not say anything else. He turned and left. He put away all the items that he had bet and walked toward the 100 Smelting Clan under everyone's astonishment. Ao, Sangqiong, Jian Shi-san, and the others chased after him. Yi Hailon looked at Long Chun's back. There was a hint of worry on his beautiful face. Qin Yun Zi stood where he was. He could clearly see Yi Hailon's face. He laughed coldly and said, "Even the holy maidens of the 5 sects have times of worry. However, after I kill this person, I might be able to find a better home for you." Ha ha! Yi Hailon's eyes suddenly turned cold. He snorted and left with a flick of his sleeve. All the sect leaders looked at Qin Yun Zi deeply. The sect leader of the 100 Smelting Clan stared at Qin Yun Zi and said coldly, "You order people to kill Long Chun many times, but I did not do anything. Today, you should have died because of the bet, but you went back on your word." "I did not do anything either. Tomorrow, if you kill Long Chun, I will definitely take your life." Qin Yun Zi watched the crowd leave. He felt the countless glares from all directions, but he did not care. After the crowd dispersed, he muttered to himself, "What 5 sects? As long as the Li clan and the ancient clan stand behind me, what can you do to me? This Yi Hailon is extremely beautiful. If I give him to the Li clan and the ancient clan, Qin Yun Zi thought of the battle tomorrow and could not help but feel excited. Everyone in the central square gradually dispersed. Only Lien Cheng stared at the long sword on the ground without moving. The sect leader of the Wanjian sect was standing beside him without him noticing. "Lien Cheng, come back to the sect with me." The sect leader of the Wanjian sect sighed. Lien Cheng's crushing defeat at the hands of Long Chun today must have left a huge shadow in his heart. However, Lien Cheng shook his head and kicked the long sword on the ground away. He said to the sect leader of the Wanjian sect beside him in a low voice, "Master, I have a request. Perhaps it's time for me to leave and search for my own way of the sword. It's definitely not Master's 3 swords, nor is it Master's sword will, nor is it Master's sword force." The sect leader of the Wanjian sect trembled when he heard this. He finally knew why Lien Cheng was defeated by Long Chun today. Lien Cheng stared at the long sword that was kicked away in the distance and muttered, "Ever since I entered the sect, Master discovered that my talent in the way of the sword was extraordinarily high. However, after that, every step of my cultivation was to follow in Master's footsteps. Even my sword will and sword force were exactly the same as Master's. That's why my cultivation and battle prowess are the strongest in the younger generation of the five great sects. But today, regardless of whether it's the sword will or sword force Long Chun used when he fought against me, none of them surpassed mine, and neither were they stronger than mine. Yet they were enough to easily defeat me. Chapter 260. Body of the Three-Eyed Thunder Dragon. After the battle in the Central Square was over, Long Chun returned to the 100 Smelting Clan. When he heard that the genius disciple of the Wanjian sect, Lin Chung, had left the five major sects alone in light clothes, a slight smile appeared on his face. Lin Cheng's talent in swordsmanship was actually not much different from Jian Shisan's, but he was walking in the footsteps of others step by step. His swordsmanship was covered in dust before it even began. This was also the difference between him and Jian Shisan. In comparison, although Jian Shisan was Long Chen's disciple, he was obsessed with the way of the sword. No one could change his obsession. He had his own way of the sword, so he had his own path. Long Chun would only give him some pointers or help him when he encountered difficulties, but he would never interfere with Jian Shisan's own way of the sword. On the other side, on the night he returned to the 100 Smelting Clan, many people came to his cave one after another to warn him not to fight with Qin Yunzi tomorrow. Only he knew that this battle was unavoidable, and Qin Yunzi had to die, because young Master Li had arrived. In his previous life, it was this Li clan's young master who stayed in the five great sect for half a year under the guidance of Qin Yunzi. He even coveted Yi Halin's beauty. In the end, Qin Yunzi was the one who pushed Yi Hailon to the Li clan. Long Chun would never allow such a thing to happen again. Furthermore, Qin Yunzi was a treacherous and cunning person. He was filled with murderous intent towards Long Chun. This person had to be eliminated. Long Chen's fingertips emitted streaks of spiritual light that were filled with electric arcs. He drew a complicated rune in the air and disappeared into thin air. This was the Dark Star Organization's transmission talisman. Long Chun looked at the spiritual light on his fingertips and muttered to himself, "That thunder spiritual Tao fruit can also completely bestow the lightning attribute to the Qi Si. It has the same effect as the Three-Eyed Thunder Dragon bloodline. This item should be able to help me break through the last bit and completely achieve the Thunder Dragon physique." This was also the reason why he had delayed for a day. Although Qin Yunzi's strength was equivalent to the weakest existence in the Dao integration realm, he was still a Dao integration powerhouse. It would be impossible for Long Chun to kill him with his soul formation stage cultivation base. However, if he could break through to the return to void stage in a short time with the help of pills and the bloodline abilities of the Three-Eyed Lightning Dragon, it wouldn't be difficult for him to do so. Of course, before that, Long Chun had one more thing to do. With a wave of his hand, Long Chun removed the array formation in front of the cave and opened the door of the cave. After a few breaths, 10 figures appeared in front of him. The moment the 10 of them saw Long Chun, they immediately knelt on one knee and said in unison, "Greetings, Purple Star Emissary." Immediately after, the leader of the group handed over a list of names to Long Chun. Long Chun casually flipped through it and nodded his head slightly. The names on this list were all people from the five great sects who had a bounty on their heads. Some of them had been assassinated by the 10 of them when Long Chun entered the Fire Seed mystic realm. Now that Long Chun had returned, naturally, Long Chun would be the one to assign the tasks. However, Long Chun directly put away the list and stared at the few of them. "Listen to my orders. From today onwards, head to the ancient desolate land and the five great sections. After all, the target of the mission is the young master of the ancient Li family." Long Chen knew that as long as the young master of the Li family arrived at the five great sects, even if he killed Qin Yunzi, there would be endless trouble. Moreover, there was also the existence of Yi Hailon. Rather than that, it was better to prevent him from ever reaching the 5 great sects. In his previous life, Yi Hailon was forced to marry into the Li family and suffered humiliation. In the end, he awakened the 7 ultimate bodies on his own. In this life, Long Chun would never allow such a thing to happen. The 10 Purple Star Assassins heard this and said in unison, "Receive the order." The 10 Purple Star Assassins assassinated the young master of the Li family at this moment. Even if he had reached the Tao integration stage, there was still a slim chance of survival. After receiving the order, the 10 of them were led into the darkness. Long Chun activated the cave abode's array formation and ordered them to leave. Then, a cold glint appeared in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "If the young master of the Li family dies here, this karma will be considered resolved. Otherwise, the entire Li family and the ancient Li family will be implicated." After a while, Long Chun sat down cross-legged and consumed the spiritual Thunder Tao fruit. Streaks of extremely pure, lightning elemental energy suddenly surged into his body from all directions. Streaks of electric arcs instantly filled the entire cave abode, and Long Chun's body rapidly absorbed them like a sponge. Just as Long Chun thought, as he digested the spiritual Thunder Tao fruit, the 3-eyed Thunder Dragon bloodline in his body gradually became more complete. However, very quickly, Long Chun's pupils contracted abruptly. This was because he discovered something that surprised him even more. Under the lightning summoned by the spiritual Thunder Tao fruit, the sea of vital energy in his dantian actually began to condense again. The last few thousand meters of the sea of vital energy had almost completely transformed into an iron plate. If he wanted his spiritual power to break through to the return to void stage, he would probably need at least a few hundred spirit items of heaven and earth. At this moment, the lightning essence actually had the effect of refining it. Spell technique, spirit devouring. At this moment, Long Chun also reacted. This might be an opportunity for him to step into the return to void stage. As he cast the spell technique, the surrounding lightning essence did not reduce. Instead, it became even more explosive. On the other hand, the 5 great sects had been in a state of frenzy ever since the battle at the central plaza of Longchen City. Long Chun had come out of the Fire Seed Mystic Realm by killing Zhu Wuqing, then defeated Ho Feiyuan, slain the Divine Vein sect's monstrous disciple, and then used the power of his sword to suppress the monstrous disciple, Lien Sheng. Within a day, Long Chun had become the idol of the younger generation of the 5 great sections. However, many people were also starting to worry about him. This was because his opponent at daybreak was a Tao integration stage elder, Qing Yunzi. That Qing Yunzi is too shameless. He actually went back on his word. At that time, he said that he would bet his life. Who doesn't know who Qing Yunzi is in the 5 great sects? If it weren't for his complicated background, I'm afraid that the 5 great sects leaders would not tolerate him. I just hope that Long Chun won't participate in this battle tomorrow. He fought 3 monstrous disciples in a row, and now he has to fight a Tao integration stage elite after only 1 day. This is really unfair. In every corner of the 5 great mountain peaks, everyone was discussing Long Chun's battle with Qing Yunzi. Qing Yunzi's actions made countless people despise him, but there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Long Chun would wake up tomorrow and not fight with him. Outside Long Chun's cave residence, Ao, Sangxiong, Jin San, Lu Yi, and the others were pacing back and forth in front of Long Chun's cave residence. Their faces were filled with worry. Seeing that the sky was about to brighten, the leader of the 100 Smelting clan also came from the mountain peak. He looked at them and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, we can't let Long Chun participate in this completely unfair battle today. We can't kill Qing Yunzi either." On the other side, it was the complete opposite. On the battle platform at the foot of the Godly Knife Sect Shanfeng, Qing Yunzi seemed to have already appeared on the battle platform. Chapter 261. They had gone too far. When Qin Yunzi heard the words of the Godly Knife faction's patriarch, he sneered. The young patriarch of the Li clan might arrive at the territory of the 5 great sects within the next 2 days. At that time, even if he killed Long Chun, so what? Sect leader, if the young master of the Li clan does not arrive tomorrow, I hope that you can protect me from the 100 Smelting clan. When that time comes, I will definitely run around in front of the Ancient Li clan. Once we are on good terms with the Ancient Li clan, it is not impossible for the Godly Knife clan to become the leader of the 5 major clans. The sect master of the Godly Knife sect frowned deeply, but in the end, he nodded. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the morning of the 2nd day. The entire Godly Saber clan's arena was filled with people from the 5 great sections. Yesterday, Long Chun had just become the #1 prodigy among the 5 great sects, and today he was about to engage in a battle to the death with Elder Qin Yunzi of the Divine Saber sect, a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure. Countless people sighed. Long Chin's battle prowess was rarely seen in the 5 great sections. However, would he really be able to put up a fight against the supreme being of the Dao integration stage, who could condense a soul seed in the air? Everyone from the Godly Knife clan had already arrived. Qin Yunzi and the Godly Knife clan's patriarch were also standing on the platform. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. The sun was high in the sky, and the sound of insects chirping could be heard. As expected, this Long Chun still doesn't dare to come. He must have lost his mind yesterday. After all, he is still young and has defeated several monstrous disciples in one battle. His battle record is remarkable. That's quite smart of him. Qin Yunzi has gone a bit overboard. He's a Dao integration stage elder, and Long Chun has only been in the 5 great sects for a short while. This competition is far too unfair. But I don't think this battle will be that easy. Qin Yunzi will definitely not give up. Although he didn't lose his life yesterday, the resources he lost are enough to make him feel pain. What's more, he has always had the intention to kill Long Chun. Today is the best opportunity. Long Chun never showed up. Not even a single disciple of the 100 Smelting clan showed up. Qin Yunzi sneered and said loudly, "Yesterday, Long Chun personally said that he wanted to fight with me. Could it be that you're scared today? Go. I want to go to the 100 Smelting clan and see if this so-called monstrous disciple is as timid as a mouse." Following Qin Yunzi's explosive shout, his entire body soared into the air and actually charged towards the 100 Smelting clan. Behind him, the sect master of the Godly Saber sect waved his hand slightly. The elder of the Godly Saber sect behind him immediately understood and followed closely behind, leading the entire Godly Saber sect's disciples towards the 100 Refinement Peak. The other 3 sects looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads. It seemed like Qin Yunzi really didn't plan on letting Long Chun off today. Below the 100 Refinement Peak, the people from the 4 major sects came together. The entire mountain peak was packed with people. Qin Yunzi stood high up in the air. His voice was like a great bell as he sneered. "Long Chun, the time is up. Are you going to go back on your words, or are you scared? Don't tell me that the 100 Smelting clan is full of women." Qin Yunzi's voice reverberated throughout the entire 100 Smelting clan, causing the faces of the members of the 100 Smelting clan to turn sullen. In front of Long Chen's cave residence, Jian Shisan, Marquis Feng Qing, and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. Marquis Feng Qing said in a deep voice, "Today, I've finally seen what it means to be shameless." Yesterday, he lost the bet and went back on his word. Today, he has the nerve to charge into the 100 Smelting clan and challenge a soul formation stage disciple as a Dao integration stage elder. I only hope that Long Chun doesn't come out. After today, this Qin Yunzi won't have any more excuses. Yanli frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Jian Shisan looked at Qin Yunzi from afar and said in a cold voice, "Let's go and see what this Qin Yunzi wants to do." As his voice fell, the 3 Dao integration stage elders of the 100 Smelting clan floated over and stood in front of Qin Yunzi. The person in the lead said in a cold voice, "Qin Yunzi, don't go too far. Qin Yunzi, don't you have any shame?" A Dao integration stage cultivator wants to challenge a soul formation stage cultivator. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. The Dao integration stage elder couldn't help but shout. However, Qing Yunzi sneered and said, I don't have any grudges with the two of you. If you want to challenge me, wait a few days. Today is the day that Long Chun and I agreed to the challenge. This kid said it himself yesterday. The 100 Smelting Clan elders were so angry that their faces turned ashen. Their auras were ready to explode. However, the godly sword sect leader looked at them coldly, causing them to feel fear. A playful smile appeared on Qing Yunzi's face, and he waved his hand slightly behind him. Suddenly, the godly sword sect members started to shout in unison. Is there no one else in the 100 Smelting Clan? Long Chun, why are you breaking your promise like a coward? Long Chun, come out and accept your death. Don't disgrace the name of the 100 Smelting Clan. Long Chun, accept your death. The roars caused the members of the other four sects to be stunned. Soon after, they shook their heads. Qing Yunzi was forcing Long Chun to come out. Jian Shi-san and Marquis Feng Qing's expressions were extremely ugly. Ao Tsangxiong and Yi Hailan had also appeared in front of the disciples of their respective sects at some point in time. When Jian Shi-san heard the profanities in everyone's words, his hair stood on end. He unsheathed his sword and leaped out, shouting at Qing Yunzi of the Godly Saber sect. As a supreme being of the Dao integration stage, do you only know these despicable methods? If you want to challenge me today, tell your return to Void Stage cultivators to step forward. I'll take on anyone who dares to challenge me. Jian Shi-san's sword intent was vast and mighty, attracting the attention of the 5 sections. Even the sect leader of the Wanjian sect could tell at a glance that Jian Shi-san's sword cultivation was extraordinary. He secretly praised the 100 Smelting Clan for being so lucky. However, Qing Yunzi sneered coldly. He glared at Jian Shi-san, and a burst of spiritual pressure instantly enveloped him. He said in a deep voice, Are all disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan so disrespectful to their elders? As he spoke, he suddenly waved his right hand. An invisible aura appeared in front of Jian Shi-san and blasted him away. Blood spurted from his mouth. A Dao integration stage cultivator had condensed a soul seed. His divine sense was far beyond that of a return to Void Stage cultivator. Furthermore, he could comprehend the power of laws. This was a Dao integration stage cultivator. How dare you? Qing Yunzi, I'll kill you with my own hands today. The sect leader of the 100 Smelting Clan leaped out. He had never imagined that Qing Yunzi, a Dao integration stage cultivator, would make the first move against a return to Void Stage cultivator. At this moment, the sect leader of the 100 Smelting Clan was completely enraged. Many of his worries were thrown to the back of his mind. If he didn't make a move now, how could he still be considered a sect leader? However, the sect leader of the Godly Saber sect, who was behind Qing Yunzi, suddenly stopped him with a long saber. He said coldly, Today's battle has nothing to do with you. If you want to challenge me, I'll accompany you to the end. Dao integration stage elders of the 100 Smelting Clan, listen up. Even if we have to fight a bloody battle today, we must kill Qing Yunzi. Otherwise, what will happen to the dignity of the 100 Smelting Clan? The sect leader of the 100 Smelting Clan roared, his killing intent awe-inspiring. The Dao integration stage elders all exuded powerful auras. Their overwhelming spiritual pressure caused the weather to change. Countless disciples turned pale with fright and frantically retreated. The other 3 sect leaders frowned deeply as they stared at the 100 Smelting Clan and the Godly Saber sect. This time, the sect leader of the 100 Smelting Clan was truly enraged. However, at this moment, the door of one of the cave dwellings of the 100 Smelting Clan opened. A person walked out slowly and gazed into the distant sky. He whispered, The day is not over yet. Why are you all so impatient? Chapter 262. Dao integration ability. The moment Long Chun walked out of the cave, everyone's pupils shrank. Qin Yunzi, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He had put down his pride today to force Long Chun out. He would definitely kill Long Chun in today's battle. The 100 Smelting Clan leader frowned and shouted, "Long Chun, go in. I want to see who dares to behave atrociously in my 100 Smelting Clan today. Little master, you should go back." Lu Yi and Yin Li stood in front of the cave and looked at Long Chun worriedly. Qin Yunzi had just sent Jian Shan flying with a casual blow. His Dao integration ability made everyone tremble in fear. Long Chun looked at Qin Yunzi, who was standing in the air, and shook his head lightly. He said, "100 Smelting Clan, I'll wait for you on the battle stage." Long Chun leaped out and walked toward the battle stage under everyone's gaze. Qin Yunzi laughed out loud and stared at the 100 Smelting Clan leader. "Don't worry, I'll let him die a quick death, huh?" The 100 Smelting Clan leader's face was extremely ugly. He did not know why Long Chun still accepted the challenge. Did he not know how terrifying a Dao integration powerhouse was? Long Chun stood on the battle stage. Ao, Sangxiong, Yi Hailon, and the others came one after another. They thought that Long Chun had given up on the battle today. The disciples of the 5 major sects came from all directions to the battle stage of the 100 Smelting Clan. Long Chun came out. He really couldn't hold back. Today, Qin Yunzi personally went to the 100 Smelting Clan to challenge a divine transformation stage disciple. It's been a long time since someone took the initiative to challenge on the battle stage of the 100 Smelting Clan. Today, it's a Dao integration powerhouse against a divine transformation stage disciple. The peerless genius who rose yesterday may fall today. No wonder the 100 Smelting Clan leader was so angry and almost started a war with the Godly Knife Clan. As everyone was discussing, the battle platform of the 100 Smelting Clan was already surrounded by people. The foot of the 100 Smelting Peak was also crowded with people. Countless disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan looked from the peak of the mountain. On the fighting ring, Qin Yunzi slowly descended. His face was filled with disdain. His aura suddenly dispersed, causing a strong wind to blow over the entire fighting ring. The qi around Long Chun's body could not help but be affected. Qin Yunzi raised his eyebrows and sneered. "No wonder you dare to walk out of the cave. It turns out that you've condensed a golden core and reached the return to void stage. Is this the reason why you delayed for a day?" Long Chun said indifferently, "We'll know after the battle." Long Chun pointed his sword at Qin Yunzi. Qin Yunzi sneered and a long saber appeared in his hand. Long Chun's long saber hovered in front of him and then fell from the sky. He opened and closed his left and right hand, and the long saber actually split into 3. The cold light was like a tide of poisonous snakes staring at Long Chun, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. "I'll take your life with one strike," Qin Yunzi sneered. His body suddenly trembled, and a wave of spiritual pressure instantly spread out. At the same time, the 3 long sabers in front of him sealed off Long Chun's 3 directions. The surrounding disciples all turned pale. A Dao integration stage cultivator had condensed a soul seed. Just the suppression of his divine sense was enough to place him in an invincible position. This strike was enough to kill an ordinary return to void stage cultivator. Sword technique, vanquish evil. However, Long Chun did not seem to feel the suppression of his divine sense. His long sword suddenly moved, and rays of sword light instantly shot out. Its power was even more vast and mighty. Wong. With one strike, Qin Yunzi's attack was instantly neutralized. However, Long Chun did not move a single step. The surrounding disciples were in an uproar. Long Chun, who was only at the return to void initial stage, actually ignored the spiritual pressure of a Dao integration stage cultivator. Moreover, he even took one strike head-on. Qin Yunzi's brows furrowed slightly. Long Chun's vast spiritual power was actually on par with his. The most frightening thing was that Long Chun did not seem to have any reaction to the suppression of his divine sense. On the contrary, His divine sense seemed to have been forcibly cut off and disappeared. It was extremely strange. I've underestimated you. I have to admit that your battle prowess is even superior to those great ancient tribes. However, as a Tao integration stage cultivator, I'm in an invincible position today. Ghost Saber Killing Formation. As Qin Yunzi's voice fell, his entire body soared into the air. The three long sabers in front of him moved again. His hands pointed in the air, and the long sabers multiplied into tens of thousands of ghostly shadows. The cold glints on the sabers pierced through the air, causing one's heart to tremble. They were aimed straight at Long Chun, and it was as if countless icicles had covered the entire sky above the final stage. The expressions of the 5 sect leaders all changed. Then, they could not help but shake their heads. This was a technique that Qin Yunzi was quite proud of. This technique was unavoidable. One could only face it head-on. It was definitely not something a Void Return Realm cultivator could withstand. The 100 Smelting Clan leader snorted coldly and was about to rush forward. However, just as he moved, he was stopped by the Godly Saber Sect leader, who said indifferently, "Since the two of them have already entered the final stage, why do you have to interfere?" The two sect leaders and elders were facing each other. On the other side, the sky was filled with saber shadows that carried an unparalleled force as they tore through space. The air was filled with the sound of friction that made one's soul tremble. Was it over? Everyone looked at Long Chun, who was on the battle stage. At this moment, the entire stage was covered by saber shadows. Long Chun was naturally no exception. Divine technique, Bright Night. However, at this moment, Long Chun bounced up from the ground like a cheetah. The long sword in his hand was pointed at the sky. The entire space seemed to have darkened, and an invisible aura rushed out in all directions with him as the center. Wherever the light passed, the space seemed to have lost its color. The glaring white light directly crushed all the saber shadows into powder. Bang! Qin Yunzi only felt a tightness in his chest as he flew back hundreds of meters. In an instant, he was far away from Long Chen's sword. When the light dissipated, the people from the 5 major sects were speechless. Even the 5 sect leaders were stunned. This is a divine level sword technique, that has reached the transformative level. Look at this kid who is only in the Void Return stage, can actually use a divine level sword technique. Can his spiritual power support it? Is he not afraid of his golden core collapsing? Is this the trump card he used to fight with Qin Yunzi? A divine level sword technique that has reached the transformative level? Unbelievable. How old is he? Could it be that he has been cultivating sword techniques since he was in his mother's womb? In an instant, the 5 major sects were in an uproar. Even the Wanjian sect leader was ashamed. He would never have thought that a new disciple of the 100 Smelting Clan would be able to master a divine level sword technique that had reached the transformative level. Thinking of this, he could not help but smile bitterly. Lian Qing's defeat yesterday was not unjustified. Qin Yunzi, a Tao integration stage elite, was actually forced to retreat by Long Chen's divine level sword technique. His expression no longer had the contempt from before. Instead, it gradually became somewhat serious and even somewhat ashen. He knew that no matter what, he had to kill Long Chun today. Otherwise, Long Chun would be able to kill him easily in less than a year. No, perhaps not even a year, half a year, or even a few months. He felt a deep sense of danger. Chapter 263. Body of the Thunder, Dragon Qin Yunzi's long saber finally returned to his hand. His expression seemed to have turned crazy. A formless fluctuation rippled out from his body, and dark purple flames appeared out of thin air. It was extremely strange, and these flames instantly fell onto the long saber in his hand, completely covering it. Long Chen's eyes suddenly shrank. This was the power of rule force. The elders of the 5 great sects were also slightly startled. They truly did not expect that in today's battle, Long Chun would actually force Qin Yunzi to use that trace of power of law. As the dark purple flames danced, even the void seemed to distort. Even Qin Yunzi's face was faintly pale. His right hand, which was holding the long blade, was trembling violently. The surrounding disciples of the 5 great sects retreated one after another, their faces filled with fear. They only felt that the dark purple flame was filled with boundless terror, and as long as they came into contact with a trace of it, they would lose their lives. Everyone couldn't help but glance at Long Chun before shaking their heads in pity. It had to be said that the combat prowess that Long Chun had displayed today was even greater than the day before. In everyone's hearts, he was comparable to the god of war. However, in the face of the terrifying power of the Tao integration stage, he was still somewhat powerless. Today, I will kill you. Along with Qin Yunzi's roar, the long saber in his hand slammed down. Streaks of dark purple flames burned fiercely in an instant. It was as if boundless flames were falling towards Long Chun with a long saber as the root. Purple flames filled the sky, and wherever they passed, the air would explode. Boom! Countless saber shadows accompanied by dark purple flames instantly covered the entire fighting ring, and Long Chun was instantly engulfed in it. Chi-chi, a melting sound was transmitted into everyone's ears. The entire battle platform disappeared, leaving only a bottomless black hole. The edges of the black hole were covered with dark purple flames, as if they were dancing ghost fire. Qin Yunzi breathed heavily as he stood in the air above the battle stage. He couldn't help but laugh wildly again. Haha, so what if you can use a divine level sword art? So what if you are a peerless genius? You will still die in my hands today. Is he dead? The 100 Smelting Clan's leader's expression changed abruptly. He looked at the disappearing battle platform and said absent-mindedly, "He's still lost in the end. No matter how powerful a return to Void Stage Cultivator is, how can he compare to a Tao Integration Stage super mighty figure who has already come into contact with the laws of Tao? Not to mention return to Void Initial Stage, even return to Void Late Stage Cultivators would have no choice but to succumb to this attack." The disciples of the 5 major sects sighed endlessly, their faces filled with regret. Yi Hailan, Lu Yi, and Yin Li's faces suddenly turned pale. They didn't know why, but they felt as if a knife was twisting in their hearts. On the other side, Jian Shusan and Marquis Feng Qing's faces instantly turned cold and murderous. Crackle. However, at this moment, an ear-piercing sound of thunder resounded from the black hole where the battle stage had disappeared. Soon after, the light of lightning soared into the sky. A human-shaped demonic beast leaped out. This demonic beast was covered in silver-white scales, with a pair of wings on its back and a pair of horns with thunder patterns on its head. Its eyes seemed to be devoid of any emotion, only a white glow. Its long tail whistled through the air. Every time it moved, lightning would spread for dozens of meters. The scene was extremely shocking and terrifying. The most peculiar thing was that there was a third eye between its eyebrows. This third eye was hidden but not exposed. It was shaped like lightning, strange and unpredictable. This was the second incarnation of the Heavenly Clan, the 3-eyed lightning dragon. For a moment, countless pairs of eyes stared at this peculiar bloodline. Jian Shusan and the others immediately recognized that this was the power of Long Chen's bloodline. Although there were many differences between his appearance and the one in the Fire Seed Mystic Realm, there were still some faint similarities. The leaders of the 5 major sects stared blankly at Long Chun. Only now did they realize that the dark purple flames couldn't even get close to him. As the power of lightning pulsed, it was completely shattered. The sect leader of the Divine Vein sect was in a daze. He stared at Long Chun and murmured, "This is the power of bloodline. This person has an ancient bloodline. Judging from the power of lightning, this bloodline power is probably not inferior to the ancient families in the ancient Desolation Land." Up in the sky, Qin Yunzi's soft voice came to an abrupt halt. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Long Chun. He had never imagined that even a trace of the power of laws would be unable to do anything to Long Chun. Long Chun felt Qing Yunzi's gaze. The wings on his back, which were full of lightning patterns, flapped slowly and gradually flew toward Qing Yunzi. He said lightly, "This is your strength. It's a pity that you're still far from comprehending the power of rules. Today will be the day of your death." After Long Chun uttered the last word, he disappeared from his original spot, leaving behind only a streak of lightning that crackled incessantly. In the next moment, he appeared behind Qing Yunzi. As a Dao integration stage cultivator, Qing Yunzi's divine sense wasn't weak. He immediately slashed his saber backward and blocked Long Chen's sword. However, the tail of the saber, which was full of lightning, hit his back at the same time. Countless power of lightning instantly spread throughout Qing Yunzi's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was blasted toward the ground like a cannonball. Rumble. Qing Yunzi rolled for hundreds of meters and left a deep mark at the foot of the hard mountain. However, before he could stabilize himself, Long Chun flapped his wings again. There was another burst of lightning and thunder. He instantly appeared behind Qing Yunzi again. His sword restrained Qing Yunzi's saber, and he kicked Qing Yunzi's body. Crack, crack. Qing Yunzi was sent flying again, and the ear-piercing sound of his bones breaking could be heard. Bam, bam, bam. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, a Dao integration stage cultivator didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. He was crushed like a sandbag by Long Chun. The Dao integration stage elders of the 5 great sects all took a step back subconsciously. For some reason, they felt a chill in their hearts. Long Chen's speed and power had already reached an appalling level. After a short while, a person covered in blood and with dislocated bones appeared in front of everyone. This was Qing Yunzi. Being extremely disheveled was no longer enough to describe his current appearance. How is this possible? How can I lose to a return to void stage cultivator? This is impossible. Qing Yunzi seemed to have lost his soul, and he couldn't stop muttering to himself. As his voice fell, his entire body actually expanded rapidly. Streaks of spirit light rushed out from his limbs and bones. The expressions of the 5 great sect leaders changed drastically. Streaks of spirit light enveloped the many disciples behind them. This Qing Yunzi was actually going to self-destruct. At the foot of the 100 refinement peak, countless disciples of the 5 great sects had already gathered. If he self-destructed now, there would be countless casualties, and Long Chun was the closest to him, so he would bear the brunt of it. Crackle. However, Long Chun suddenly disappeared from the spot. Lightning flashed on the sword in his hand, and when he reappeared, he was already standing behind Qing Yunzi. Qing Yunzi's body, which was originally about to self-destruct, was actually crushed into powder by the lightning with his dantian as the center. He couldn't be more dead. That vast and mighty spirit power also set off boundless wild gales that wreaked havoc, spreading throughout the sky above the disciples of the 5 great sections. Chapter 264. No going home without getting drunk. Qing Yunzi was dead. Not even his corpse was left behind. Only scorched ashes were left. A Dao integration stage mighty figure had been defeated by Chong Chun of the 100 Smelting Clan. Countless young disciples felt their blood boiling. The sect master of the Divine Vein sect flew to Long Chen's side. He looked at the disappearing scales on Long Chen's body. His eyes were filled with admiration. The sect master of the Divine Vein sect said in a deep voice, "The power of your bloodline has undergone a mutation. I don't know if you want to join the Divine Vein sect. Our Divine Vein sect has a unique advantage in nurturing the power of bloodline." Once these words were spoken, the 100 Smelting sect leader's eyes widened. He walked to Long Chen's side and coldly snorted, "Why didn't I see you having such thoughts before? What bloodline nurturing? You should know that Long Chun does not have the talent to become an Emperor stage alchemist. At this moment, even the sect master of the Wanjian sect walked over in front of everyone and said in a deep voice, "After all, the Wanjian sect focuses on alchemy with talismans. Although you have good talent in alchemy, it is still not the great way. As long as you are willing, the door of the Wanjian sect is always open to you." Seeing the four major sects quarreling over Long Chun, all the disciples of the five major sects were stunned. Each of them looked at the sect leader of the Godly Knife sect with a strange expression. The Godly Sword sect's patriarch's face turned ashen. He had never thought that Long Chun would be able to kill Qin Yunzi. Furthermore, he had revealed such a terrifying talent and heaven-defying combat strength. At this moment, what inheritance shackles, what relationships behind Qin Yunzi were all thrown to the back of their minds. Long Chun was already the #1 genius of the younger generation of the five great sects, and he was definitely worthy of being called a monster. The sect leader of the Godly Saber clan felt the mocking gazes and finally said coldly, "The young master of the Li clan is about to arrive at the five major clans." He had an agreement with Qin Yunzi beforehand. Now that Qin Yunzi is dead, I'll see who among you dares to go against the Li clan. With that, the sect leader of the Godly Saber clan turned around and left with many disciples. The sect leaders of the five major sects frowned slightly when they heard this. They were also a little wary of the Li clan, but they didn't show it. The sect leader of the 100 Smelting sect leader, Long Chun, felt a little unnatural when he saw the enthusiasm of these people. He cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "I appreciate your kindness. Since I am a disciple of the 100 Smelting sect, I will naturally stay in the 100 Smelting sect." Only then do they shake their heads and leave. The 100 Smelting clan's clan leader also revealed a smile on his face. Let's go back to the cave abode first. Long Chun walked toward the cave abodes of the 100 Smelting Peak, surrounded by the crowd. The sect leader of the 100 Smelting sect directly handed him a pale gold waist token and said, "Go to the peak. From now on, you're a monster disciple of the 100 Smelting sect and have all the privileges." All the privileges. The 100 Smelting sect disciples were envious. Even the people from the other clans were the same. Compared to the five major sects, the 100 Smelting sect had the most resources. All the privileges were activated, which meant endless resources. Just like that, Long Chun walked slowly to the peak of the 100 Smelting Peak amidst the cheers of countless disciples. On the other side, Yi Hailon had an extremely close relationship with Long Chun after the Fireseed Secret Realm. Everyone saw it. This was big news. As the saintess of the five major sects, Yi Hailon had always been unapproachable. Almost no one was in her eyes. However, these days, she seemed to be very worried about Long Chun's duel with everyone. Now, she even followed everyone to the 100 Smelting sect. In the cave abode of the 100 Smelting sect, under the instructions of the sect leader of the 100 Smelting sect, more than 10 healing elixirs were sent to Long Chun's cave abode. Each of them was an emperor-level elixir and was extremely precious. Long Chun touched the thunder mark between his eyebrows, shook his head slightly, and smiled bitterly. He said to himself, "Although this three-eyed thunder dragon can be activated, the huge amount of spiritual power required is something even I can't support. However, the strength of its combat power is not comparable to the previous five-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, there is still a magical power that has not been used. If I use it, I should be able to fight with an ordinary early stage, Dao integration stage cultivator. After the five-clawed golden dragon, every transformation would awaken a magical power of the dragon clan. However, Long Chun knew that once these magical powers were used, he would also be greatly injured. After all, his current cultivation was too low. If his spiritual power was not far superior to those of the same level, he was afraid that he would not be able to use them at all. It was late at night. After taking several emperor-level healing elixirs, Long Chun slowly recovered. After walking out of the cave abode, Jianshi-san and the others still did not leave. Seeing that Long Chun was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Hailon did not say a word. She turned and left the 100 smelting sect. Lu Yi asked playfully, "Little master, this beautiful sister has been waiting for so long. Why did you leave so soon?" Long Chen looked at Yi Halen's back and shook his head slightly. However, he did not answer. Ao Tsangxiong strode forward and said, "Brother Long Chen, I didn't expect you to have such combat power. In the future, you will definitely be a dragon among men. Today, I have a few pots of good wine. Are you all willing to drink?" Long Chen laughed and said, "Let's drink until we are drunk." Yen Li, who was beside Lu Yi, also smiled. She looked deeply at Long Chen and turned to leave. She said, "I will prepare some food and wine for you all. Consider it as a celebration for today." Lu Yi looked at Yen Li with a stunned expression and said, "Sister Yen Li, are you really going to cook? Can I not eat?" Everyone was stunned. However, when they saw Yen Li's murderous gaze, they immediately smiled and pulled Lu Yi into the cave abode. Amidst the laughter and laughter, the smell of wine had already filled the cave abode. Only Marquis Feng Qing seemed to have something on his mind. His brows were still slightly furrowed. When the food and wine were all filled, everyone could not stop drinking. Long Chen ate the food and drank the strong wine in big mouthfuls. He did not look like the ruler of his previous life. At this moment, his heart was burning. This life was his life. There was no hatred for his parents' annihilation, no sorrow for his brother's tragic deaths, no regret for his close friends. He is not eating, not eating. Good food, good food. Lady Yen Li's cooking is too good. Ha, ha, ha. There was no amount of wine, no taste of food, but they were happy to be immersed in it. Ao Tsangxiong was drunk. He walked in front of Long Chen and shouted, "Brother Long Chen, when we met, you invited me to drink. Since we were in the Fireseed mystic realm, you and I fought side by side. Since we are drinking together today, why don't we become brothers? In the future, we will drink together and live and die together." Chapter 265. Son of God, live and die together. These 4 words were simple, but Long Chen had lived for more than 300 years. How many people could do it? The higher the cultivation, the more afraid of death. Only Ao Tsangxiong was different. As the ruler of the Dark Night, he had lived a life of righteousness and integrity. But in the end, he didn't destroy his Tao heart and become a demon. He killed countless creatures in the Dark Night Divine Kingdom just to give him a chance to live. Long Chen's wine glass fell to the ground. His eyes were bloodshot. He bowed and said, "I'm willing to live and die with you, big brother. I'll never change." In his previous life, Long Chen became the strongest ruler of the Dark Night Kingdom after 300 years. He didn't kneel to heaven or earth. In this life, he only knelt to his parents and respected the heavens. Ao Tsangxiong lifted Long Chen up and drank. There's no need for the sun and moon to prove it. There's no need for an oath. Today, with your bow, I, Ao Tsangxiong, am your big brother. I'll never change. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was dead drunk the next day. No one used their spiritual energy to disperse the alcohol. Even Lu Yi and Yen Liran were the same. Only Long Chen and Lord Feng Qing didn't get drunk. They walked to the edge of the mountain and felt the mountain peaks. Long Chen never got drunk. It wasn't because he was good at drinking, but because he never allowed himself to get drunk. This was a habit he had for more than 300 years in his previous life. In his previous life, he valued his life more than anything else because he had too many things to bear. Lord Feng Qing was different. However, he didn't allow himself to get drunk because he was a smart person. Smart people don't do stupid things. Yesterday, I heard a lot about the Li clan. Are you really not afraid after killing Qing Yunzi? Lord Feng Qing finally asked. Long Chen smiled and said, "It'll be a little troublesome, but there's nothing to be afraid of." Hearing Long Chen's words, Lord Feng Qing didn't say anything else. He turned around and looked at Jian Shan, as if he had made a decision. Long Chen seemed to have read his mind and asked, "Are you leaving?" Marquis Feng Qing nodded and replied, I want to take a look at the ancient desolation land. Longchen nodded his head and didn't say anything else. He didn't express any intention to travel with them. Since Marquis Fengqing said so, it meant that he wanted to travel alone. You and I are friends, and you're also Jian Shisan's brother. Let me use this technique to send you off. Longchen pointed at Marquis Fengqing's forehead. Marquis Fengqing did not dodge. Immediately after, a strand of spiritual will entered his sea of consciousness. The two drank another cup. Fengqing Ho turned around and walked down the Balian Peak. He said, "You are the 13th master. Help me take care of him. If he dies because of you, you and I will be enemies." Fengqing Ho's voice reverberated in Long Chen's ears. Looking at his departing figure, Long Chen smiled and nodded. Marquis Fengqing and Jian Shisan were two completely different people. Marquis Fengqing didn't want to be under anyone. He was a smart person and also a person with great ambitions. He didn't want to continue following Long Chen. He lost his right arm, but Long Chen gave him martial skills and cultivation methods. The two of them didn't know each other anything. However, this made him understand that following Long Chen would only make him walk under Long Chen's shadow. He would rather go to the ancient desolation land alone to see the wider sky and walk the path in his heart. Long Chen stood at the edge of the peak, feeling the cold mountain wind. He stood there for several hours. Then, he turned into a light rainbow and flew out of the 5 great sections. In the depths of the valley, several purple star assassins rushed out from the darkness and appeared in front of him. 10 people set out, but only 6 had returned, and all of them were heavily injured. Purple Star Emissary, the assassination mission failed. We are willing to accept any punishment. Although the 5 of them were injured, their voices were still cold. Long Chen frowned and nodded slightly. He took out several Emperor-level healing pills and gave them to them. Then he asked, "Why did the mission fail? Tell me in detail." After hearing their report, Long Chen let out a deep breath and said in a low voice, "It seems that this is the will of the heavens. If the young master of the Li clan doesn't die, then when I enter the ancient desolation land, it will be the day of the Li clan's destruction. You can leave. You don't have to worry about this mission anymore. You just have to complete the other assassination missions from the 5 great sections. However, do your best to do it flawlessly," Long Chen ordered. As he spoke, he took out a few more pills and gave them to them as a reward for this assassination mission. The few of them accepted the order and hid in the darkness. This time, they assassinated 3 Dao integration stage cultivators and severely injured the young master of the Li clan. According to them, the young master of the Li clan had 3 late-stage Dao integration stage cultivators by his side. The young master of the Li clan also had a life-saving Dharma treasure that was extremely terrifying. They had no choice but to give up on the mission. Not only that, but the young master of the Li clan was still bringing people to the 5 great sections. The next day, the 5 great sect leaders gathered at the peak of the 100 Smelting clan. Immediately after, a piece of news spread throughout the 5 great sects and caused a huge commotion. After a discussion among the 5 great sect leaders, Long Chen was conferred as the Holy Son of the 5 great sects. After the Holy Maiden of Yihailon, this was the first time the title of Holy Son had appeared in the 5 great sections. He could enjoy the resources of the 5 great sects and be nurtured by the 5 great sects together. While countless people were envious, they also understood the intentions of the 5 great sect leaders. Although Long Chen displayed unprecedented talent by killing Qin Yanzi, he also caused trouble at the same time. Conferring him as the Holy Son meant that they wanted to protect him. However, no matter what, Long Chen's reputation was at its peak. Even his and Yi Halen's titles of Holy Son and Holy Maiden made people's imaginations run wild. Jian Shisan asked Long Chen about Marquis Fengqing's whereabouts. After knowing that Marquis Fengqing had chosen to leave, he was not surprised. He and Marquis Fengqing were like brothers and naturally knew him well. You should also try to improve your cultivation during this period. If you have any questions, You can ask me. After a while, we will also be heading to the ancient barren land, Long Chun said to Jian Shisan. In fact, if the young master of the Li clan had died in this assassination attempt, Long Chun had planned to head to the ancient barren land after stabilizing his cultivation base. However, it seemed that he had to settle the matter of the young master of the Li clan and the 5 great sects first. In the afternoon, a huge flying beast appeared in the sky above the 5 great sections. The beast looked like a black tortoise, but did not have a shell. Instead, it had 2 huge wings on its back. It was very strange. Many people from the 5 great sects immediately walked out of their cave abodes and looked up into the sky. The 5 great sect leaders and many elders of the Tao integration stage all flew into the sky. As they got closer, they realized that the huge flying beast was covered in horrifying wounds. There were more than 10 people standing on top of the beast, and they were all Tao integration stage cultivators. In the middle of the group, there was a man dressed in a bright red robe. His face was pale, and he was obviously severely injured. However, his red lips were like that of a woman's and were extremely eye-catching. Chapter 266. A dirty deal dressed in a red robe. His face was pale, but his makeup was thick, and his fingernails were colorful. This person was the young master of the Li clan, Li Qinya. Where was Qing Yunzi? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the sect leaders of the 5 great sects, except for the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect, sank. The sect leader of the 100 Smelting sect nodded slightly and walked forward. He said in a deep voice, "A few days ago, Qing Yunzi fought with the holy son of our 5 great sects and was accidentally killed. The leader of the 100 Smelting clan didn't intend to hide it because he knew that Qing Yunzi was killed by Long Chun. Almost everyone in the 5 major sects knew about it, so Li Qinya would hear about it sooner or later." As soon as he said that, the people from the 5 great sects became nervous. Hearing this, Li Qinya frowned and asked, "Holy son? When did the 5 major sects have a holy son?" "Forget it." Qing Yunzi said that he had prepared a place for me to cultivate in the Godly Knife clan. "Is that true?" When the 5 major sects heard that Li Qinya didn't intend to ask about it, they were overjoyed. However, they had never heard of the so-called place for cultivation, so they looked at the leader of the Godly Knife clan. The leader of the Godly Knife clan didn't seem to understand, but he seemed to have thought of something. He stepped forward and said, "Everyone, please follow me." Li Qinya and the others didn't seem to care about Qing Yunzi's death, which surprised the people of the 5 major sections. However, Long Chun knew the reason. Li Qinya looked normal, but he was seriously injured. At this moment, he didn't have the mind to care about Qing Yunzi. 4 out of 10 Purple Star assassins died under the assassination, which was enough to show how tragic the battle was. The people of the Li clan didn't return to the ancient desolate land after the assassination, but chose to come to the 5 major sects instead. It was enough to show that they were seriously injured and didn't dare to make the long journey back to the ancient desolate land. Instead, they sought refuge in the 5 major sects to prevent another assassination. Even in the ancient desolate land, the reputation of the Dark Star organization would make any clan tremble in fear. After seeing the people of the Li clan enter the Godly Knife clan's mountain, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The clan leader of the 100 Smelting clan came to Long Chun and reminded him, "You should stay in the 100 Smelting clan and don't go out." "The young master of the Li clan won't stay for long." Long Chun nodded slightly. In his heart, he knew that the Li clan might leave, but the day they returned would be the day when they married Yi Hailon. Even with the arrival of the Li clan, the 5 major sects did not seem to have changed at all. Even the young master of the Li clan and his followers stayed in the back mountain of the Godly Knife clan and never appeared. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Everyone had even forgotten that the Li clan was still at the back mountain of the Godly Knife sect. During this period of time, Long Chun had been cultivating almost every day and night. With the identity of the Holy Sun, he could mobilize the resources of the 5 great sects at will. His cultivation had also increased rapidly. Unfortunately, in a month's time, Long Chen's cultivation had only advanced from the first level of the Void Return Realm to the third level of the Void Return Realm. The golden core condensed from the sea of Qi within his Dantian was simply too terrifying. The amount of spirit energy he needed was 100 times that of cultivators of the same level. In this month, almost all the pills he had consumed were Emperor grade. Furthermore, they were all personally refined by him and Lu Yi. Now, Lu Yi's alchemy cultivation had reached the level of 7th grade king grade pills. During his cultivation, Long Chen also discovered an extremely strange thing. That was, ever since the Li clan entered the Godly Knife sect, the sect master of the Godly Knife sect had been visiting the other 4 major sects almost every day. On this day, Long Chen finally stopped cultivating because the young master of the Li clan of the Godly Knife sect actually wanted to meet the holy daughter of the 5 great sects. Yi Hailan. Long Chen went to the back mountain of the Wanjian sect and arrived at the Purple Bamboo Building. At this moment, the sect master of the Wanjian sect was also there. His expression did not seem to be good. "Why are you here?" Yi Hailan could not help but be surprised to see Long Chen. Long Chen bowed slightly to the sect master of the Wanjian sect and replied, "I will go with you to meet the young master of the Li clan." "Why?" "No reason." The sect master of the Wanjian sect and Yi Hailan were both stunned. They were somewhat puzzled by Long Chen's determination. The sect master of the Wanjian sect said to Long Chen, "It seems that Qingyun Zi is just an insignificant character in the eyes of the young master of the Li clan. After a few more days, they should leave. You better not go, right?" Long Chen frowned slightly and said, "Sect master, if you have something to say, just say it." Since the young master of the Li clan did not pursue Qingyun Zi's death, then what's wrong with me going to meet him? The sect master of the Wanjian sect sighed deeply and said in a low voice, "It's not impossible for you to go, but no matter what you see, you must not be overly agitated. The Li clan is definitely not something that we, the 5 major sects, can provoke." Long Chen and Yi Hailan had a trace of doubt in their eyes. It was obvious that they had informed Yi Hailan of this before. It was noon. The sect master of the Wanjian sect brought Long Chen and Yi Hailan to the peak of the Godly Knife sect. The sect master of the Godly Knife sect frowned slightly when he saw Long Chen. Originally, he was somewhat hostile towards Long Chen after Qingyun Zi's death. Later on, when he discussed with the other 4 sect masters about making Long Chen the son of saint, they persuaded him to not bear a grudge against him. The sect master of the Godly Knife sect looked at Long Chen and Yi Hailan and said in a low voice, "No matter what you see, you must control your emotions. They should leave in 3 days." Long Chen and Yi Hailan also felt that this trip might not be so simple. In his previous life, Long Chen left the 5 major sects less than half a month after Li Qinya's arrival. He did not know much about the Li clan. Not only that, Long Chen had changed many things in this life. Whether it was killing Zhu Wuqing, causing the Tinder Secret Realm to close prematurely, or killing Qingyun Zi, they were all very different from his previous life. The timing of Li Qinya's arrival was also different from his previous life. Now, the Li clan was severely injured and had entered the 5 major sects for more than a month. Under the guidance of the sect master of the Godly Knife sect, Long Chen and Yi Hailan stepped into the mountain behind the Godly Knife sect. However, both of them frowned very quickly. The pungent smell of blood caused their expressions to change. The sect master of the Godly Knife sect looked extremely gloomy. He said coldly, "I said, no matter what you see, don't say anything. They will leave in 3 days." The 2 of them continued to walk towards the back of the mountain. However, the next scene caused Yi Hailan's beautiful face to turn pale. She saw that the ground around them was actually covered in thick blood and countless human bones, forming a matrix. Looking at the horrifying baby heads, Yi Hailan could not help but move closer to Long Chen. He even pulled on his sleeve subconsciously. Chapter 267. The Five Sects Calamity, the Blood Congealing Formation. Long Chun recognized the origin of the formation at a glance. The sect master of the Godly Knife sect heard this, and his expression turned ugly. This formation was based on the flesh and blood of virgins and masculine men. It could be said that it was an evil formation. Qin Yunzi had built such a place in the Godly Knife sect to please Li Qinya. It was really disappointing. The three of them stopped. There was an altar in front of them that was dozens of meters high. The people of the Li clan were sitting on it, and the black veil covered their vision. Li Qinya's soft voice came from behind the veil. The holy maiden of the five sects, Yi Hailon. Not bad, not bad. Young master, we have recovered from all our injuries, and your old illness has also improved. Why don't we return to the ancient desolate land and take this girl with us? A middle-aged man beside Li Qinya said casually. From their words, it seemed that they did not care about Long Chun and the sect master of the Godly Knife sect. They just let them stand there. Li Qinya laughed sharply and said, "How can you be so rude? We will return to the Li clan in 2 days and come here to marry the holy maiden. This must be done with great fanfare and let all the clans in the northern region know." Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Long Chen's powerful divine consciousness spread out and saw through all the people inside. He finally knew why the so-called young master of the Li clan wanted to marry Yi Hailon and why he built the blood congealing formation. It was because he had the blood of a woman, even though he was a man. He was born with the triple yang body, but his clan's blood was a kind of Yin bloodline. Therefore, he was neither a man nor a woman, and had to use this evil formation to maintain his masculine chi. "Who are you?" Li Qinya asked Long Chun casually. The sect master of the Godly Knife sect quickly replied, "He is the holy maiden of the five sects, Long Chun." Li Qinya had been in the five sects for a long time. Although he had never stepped out of the Godly Knife sect and seemed to be very calm, he knew some things about the five sects. "Oh, you're the Long Chun who could only kill Qin Yunzi when you were at the Return to Void stage." "That's right. When the time comes, bring him back to the clan," Li Qinya said indifferently. The sect leader of the Godly Knife faction's expression changed abruptly. He hurriedly said, "The holy maidens and holy sons of the five sects are the pillars of our 5 major sections. They cannot leave the 5 major sections. Please make a decision, young Master Li." Bang! However, just as his voice fell, a black-robed man walked out from under the black veil. With a move of his right hand, a stream of fire condensed out of thin air, transforming into a giant hammer that smashed into the Godly Knife faction leader's chest. The sect master of the Godly Knife sect was sent flying several hundred meters away. The huge hammer was surrounded by raging flames, and it was filled with scorching yang qi, making it seem like an illusion. The 5 major sects are located in the north of the ancient barren land, and our Li clan is the closest to this place. If you don't want the 5 major sects to be annihilated 1 month later, hand over the holy sons and holy maidens to the Li clan." The middle-aged man shouted coldly. The sect leader of the Godly Knife faction did not dare to say anything else. Long Chun did not say anything because he knew that he would not be going to the Li clan with Yi Hailon a month later. After hearing the Li clan's words, he understood in his heart. The Li clan was located in the north of the 5 major sects and the ancient barren land. They seemed to want to completely turn the 5 major sects into a land of supply or a blood farm. "All right, all of you can leave. From now on, the 5 major sects will belong to the Li clan. Prepare yourselves. 1 month later, we will personally welcome the holy sons and holy maidens. If even one of them leaves, the entire 5 major sects will face the calamity of annihilation. Do you understand?" Li Qinya's tone was cold. For some reason, his gaze landed on Long Chun and did not seem to be very interested in Yi Hailon. Another middle-aged man seemed to have noticed something amiss and shouted coldly, "All of you can leave now. In 2 days, prepare 200 masculine men and 100 virgin boys to come with us." The sect leader of the Godly Knife faction looked extremely uncomfortable. He slowly walked out with Long Chun and Yi Hailon. After the few of them left, the man behind Li Qinya said, "Young master, this lady's appearance is unparalleled. Even the female prodigies of the major clans in the ancient barren land can't compare to her. If it wasn't for Qing Yunzi, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known that there was such a place in the north of the ancient barren land. Yi Hailon will take back the Li clan, clear my name, and shut the mouths of the other clans. This place is indeed barren. Even the so-called 5 major sects only have a few spirit veins. When the time comes, we can just take them away. From now on, this place will be the place where my clansmen collect their blood." The people of the Li clan didn't seem to care about the people of the 5 major sects at all. This time, they only came to the 5 major sects to investigate and then take control of the 5 major sections. After the sect leader of the Godly Knife faction left, his face turned gloomy. He brought Long Chun and Yi Hailon directly to the peak of the Wanjian sect. After a while, the sect leaders of the 5 major sects gathered at the peak of the Wanjian sect. Countless elders stood around. The sect leader of the Godly Knife faction said coldly, "Qing Yunzi actually did so many things behind my back. He used the 5 major sects to make a deal. Yi Hailon definitely can't let the people of the Li clan take her away. She has the 1,000 extreme body. If she awakens the 7 extreme body in the future, the 5 major sects will have the opportunity to completely set foot in the ancient barren land and establish a major clan." The sect leader of the Wanjian sect was also livid. Every generation of the 5 major sects had the 1,000 extreme body. As the saintess, the cultivation of each generation represented the strength of the next generation. Once the 7 extreme body was awakened, they would have an extremely strong combat power. The 5 major sects controlled the 9 great empires and cultivated talents, so that they could one day set foot in the ancient barren land and become a force that could compete with the various ancient clans. Once Yi Hailon was taken away, they would completely lose all hope. Without the 1,000 extreme body, the 5 major sects wouldn't be able to produce an ultimate expert, and they wouldn't have the chance to set foot in the ancient barren land. However, Yi Hailon's 7 extreme body hasn't awakened yet. We don't have the slightest bit of combat power to compete with the ancient Li clan. If we don't obey, what awaits us is only a strong suppression, and even the destruction of our sect. The sect leader of the Tongbi faction said in a low voice. The sect leader of the Divine Pulse faction also said coldly, "During this period of time, according to my investigation, the ancient Li clan has the bloodline of the extreme bat. This bloodline has been passed down from ancient times, and the ancient Li clan has been standing in the ancient barren land for over 1,000 years. This clan is bloodthirsty." Once this was said, everyone gasped. They finally understood why the ancient Li clan wanted to come here to investigate and why they didn't care about Qing Yunzi's death at all. At this moment, the 5 major sects were just like the ancient Li clan's courtyard. They could take whatever they wanted without any restraint. While everyone was discussing, Yi Hailon's face turned paler and paler. Just like what the sect leaders of the 5 major sects said, she was born so that the 5 major sects could set foot in the ancient barren land, and their goal was to let her awaken the 7 extreme body, the 1,000 extreme body. Chapter 268. The choice of the 5 sects. Long Chen's words shocked everyone. The leaders of the 5 sects shook their heads. Although Long Chen was powerful, he was too young. They had taken a liking to Long Chen's potential. This was also the reason why the 5 great sects had chosen him as their holy disciple. In their hearts, they might be able to nurture him into a supreme being who surpassed the Tao integration stage and was comparable to the human king stage in 10 years or even a few years. A human king was the minimum requirement to stand tall in the ancient barren land. However, the arrival of the Li clan had completely disrupted their plans. They had no other choice but to compromise. "Long Chen, what do you have in mind?" "Let's hear it," the leader of the 100 Smelting clan asked. A cold smile flashed across the corners of Long Chen's mouth as he said coldly, "Kill." Kill. As Long Chan said this, the temperature in the meeting hall of the Wanjian sect suddenly dropped by a few degrees. Are you out of your mind? Kill. How? The Li ancient clan has existed in the ancient desolate land for thousands of years and has a human king expert. Once a human king expert makes a move, our 5 great sects will be annihilated in an instant. The surrounding elders snorted. Tao integration stage cultivators could form a soul seed and comprehend the Tao of laws. Below the Tao integration stage, some could even form a Tao body. Above the Tao integration stage was the human king realm. Even the weakest clan in the ancient barren land had to have a human king realm cultivator. The Li clan was located at the edge of the north region and should be considered one of the 9 clans in the ancient barren land. There should not be more than 3 human king realm cultivators in their group. The leader of the 100 Smelting clan shook his head slightly. He thought that Longshan would have a way to save them. He did not expect it to be just the word kill. Longshan did not think much of it. He stood in the middle of the crowd and said coldly, "The Li clan's bloodline is extremely lean. They even feed on human blood. If you compromise today, what awaits you will be a complete decline. Within a year, the 5 sects will become the place where they choose masculine men and virgins. Within 10 years, no one from the 9 great empires will be willing to enter the 5 sections. 20 years later, the 5 sects will only be 5 mountains." Long Chen's voice was as loud as a bell, and his words became more and more severe. His divine consciousness also spread out. The 5 sect leaders and many Tao integration stage elders felt a terrifying aura emanating from Long Chen's body. They couldn't help but feel an urge to submit and kneel before him. Everyone knew that Long Chen's words were not false. Once they compromised today, their decline would be destined, and the 5 great sects would have no chance of rising again. The Wanjian sect master's expression suddenly sank. He said coldly, "Our 5 great sects have been passed down for so long. We have been united for the sake of leaving this barren land one day and heading to the primordial era to become a sovereign personage. If we fail just like this, I will not accept it." The 5 major sects and many Tao integration stage elders fell silent upon hearing this. After a while, Yi Hailon stared at Long Chan and said, "What do you plan to do?" "I would rather die than go to the Li clan." At this moment, Long Chun might have become her last hope. Long Chun stared at Yi Hailon. She might have been like this in her previous life as well. But Long Chen's departure made her disheartened. In this life, Long Chun would never allow such a thing to happen again. Long Chun stared at the sect leaders of the 5 major sects and said, "Give me resources and time. I can even fight a sovereign personage. When the time comes, the Li clan will be the foundation of the 5 major sects." Long Chen's strong confidence shocked everyone from the 5 major sections. The Wanjian sect leader was even more shocked. "You mean you want to lead us to destroy the Li clan, the bloodline ancient clan that has been passed down in the primordial era? Resources and time? How much resources and how much time?" The 100 Smelting clan leader said in a low voice, "Defeat a sovereign personage? You're only at the early stage void return realm now. Even if your combat power is heaven-defying, it's only comparable to an early stage Tao integration stage cultivator. Killing a Tao integration stage cultivator like Qin Yunzi, who relied on elixirs, is already your limit. If you encounter a Tao integration stage cultivator who has congealed a Tao body, I'm afraid you won't even be able to defeat an early stage Tao integration stage cultivator, let alone a sovereign personage. From the early stage void return realm to the sovereign personage realm, even if you're extremely talented, it's impossible for you to do so without 10 years. Everyone discussed fervently. They couldn't understand Long Chen's words at all. However, Yi Hailon seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. The spirit veins under the 5 major sections. If there are spirit veins, can you still absorb them like that? Long Chun revealed a faint smile and said in a low voice, "To kill a sovereign personage, I don't need to be a sovereign personage. As long as I reach the mid-stage Tao integration stage, I can kill a sovereign personage and have the power to fight." Kill a sovereign personage. Everyone was stunned. The extreme sect leader asked Yi Hailon, "What do you mean? So what if he can absorb all the spirit veins under the 5 major sects?" Yi Hailon replied in a deep voice. On that day, Long Chun absorbed all the fire attribute spirit veins in the fire seed secret realm in 6 days. That's why his cultivation base rose to the late stage of the soul formation realm in one fell swoop and killed Zhu Wuqing, who was at the late stage of the void return realm. After that, he fought Ho Fiyuan, killed the monstrous disciple of the Tongbi sect, and defeated the Wanjian sect's Lin Chong. Everyone's expression changed. The extreme sect leader cried out in shock. "You're saying that there's a spirit veins in the fire seed mystic realm, and he absorbed all of them in 6 days? How is this possible?" A spirit veins have boundless spirit veins. Even the breath of an entire sect can last forever. To be able to absorb all of them in 6 days. Don't talk nonsense. No one present dared to believe Yi Hailon's words. However, Long Chen walked in front of everyone. The aura around his body suddenly dissipated, and the shadow of a golden core swept out from his dantian. Above the golden core, there was a terrifying aura. The moment the shadow appeared, the surrounding space started to crack inch by inch. Everyone here is a Tao integration stage cultivator. Naturally, you're familiar with the golden core. This golden core is condensed from my 100,000-mile sea of vital energy. As Long Chen's voice fell, the golden core started to spin violently and turned into a boundless spirit light. For a moment, everyone felt as if they were in a boundless spirit sea. The spirit sea was vast and mighty, and the shadow was like a tide that stretched for 100,000 miles. The shadow disappeared in a flash. In the conference hall at the summit of the Wanjian sect, all the Tao integration stage cultivators and even the sect leaders of the 5 major sects were stunned. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble as they stared at Long Chun. At this moment, they finally understood why Long Chun was able to battle Tao integration stage cultivators, even though he was only at the return to void stage. Heaven-defying talent, the power of the bloodline, and the inheritance of the heavenly sword technique. Whether you live or die, whether you take a gamble and enter the ancient barren land, or would you rather be a pig and be kept in captivity? Are you still hesitating? Long Chen's voice was like rolling thunder. This was the last chance he was giving to the 5 major sections. Everyone from the 5 major sects fell silent. In front of them was an ancient clan with an inheritance and an exceptional prodigy. Chapter 269. A complete break. A golden core formed by 100,000 miles. The people from the 5 major sects were all shocked. After a while, the 100 smelting sect leader was the first to step forward. Instead of dying slowly and being reared like pigs and dogs, why don't we take a gamble? Everyone was silent. Then, the sect leaders nodded one after another, their faces filled with determination. Long Chen stared at them and said, "Everyone, think carefully today. Tomorrow, I hope to capture Li Qingye with you. Only then can we buy enough time." At this moment, the 5 major sects were like drowning people, and Long Chun had thrown them a life-saving bamboo stick. The Tongbi sect leader frowned slightly. If we agree to his request and let him return to the Li clan, wouldn't we have an extra month of preparation? However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. The Lord of the Godly Knife clan and the Lord of the Myriad Sword clan both had a cold expression on their faces as they said, they want to take hundreds of masculine men and virgin boys with them when they leave. Since they want to break off completely, we can't just stand by and watch. These days, the Li clan's Tao integration stage elders have been killing people every day. Even many of our Divine Vein sect's young disciples have been killed. Everyone clenched their fists and remained silent. The Li clan had killed many young disciples in the past month, causing the 5 major sects to be angry but not dare to say anything. Everyone finally came to an agreement and then slowly dispersed. Long Chun followed Yi Hailon to the back mountain of the Wanjian sect, where the purple bamboo house was. The two of them walked one after the other. Yi Hailon suddenly stopped and said gently, "Can you really get rid of the Li clan and let the 5 major sects establish a foothold in the ancient barren land?" Long Chen nodded slightly. He knew what this meant to Yi Hailon. The 5 major sects had been nurturing the 1,000 severance body and the sect's saintish generation after generation, all for the sake of one day stepping foot into the ancient barren land and obtaining a place there. From there, they would have the opportunity to become a human king. If Long Chun could complete all of this, then she would have her freedom and would never have to care about the 1,000 extremes physique. Long Chun looked at Yi Hailon's beautiful back. Long Chun couldn't help but say, "I promise you that I will take them away from the 5 sects and enter the ancient desolate land. Your 7 extinction physique will never awaken." Yi Hailon's body trembled slightly as he nodded gently. The two of them did not speak. Yi Hailon walked up to the attic, while Long Chun stood at the bottom of the attic, just like before. The next day, many disciples of the Godly Saber sect left the Godly Saber Mountain, leaving the entire Godly Saber sect empty. Li Qianye and the others at the back of the Shindao Peak seemed to have realized that something was wrong. They all walked out of the back of the mountain. However, waiting for them were the sect leaders of the 5 major sects, as well as many Dao integration stage elders of the 5 major sects. Li Qianye and the others behind him saw this, and their faces instantly darkened. Li Qianye even said in a shrill voice, "Are you trying to rebel? There are only a few Dao integration stage cultivators in the 5 major sections. Do you know the consequences of going against the Li family?" The sect leader of the Shindao sect said coldly, "Since you only treat us as blood supplies, why don't we give it our all? Attack!" The 5 major sects leaders and the Dao integration stage elders soared into the sky. Li Qianye and the others' faces darkened. They never thought that something like this would happen just as they were about to leave. Several Dao integration stage cultivators behind Li Qianye leaped and appeared in front of him, protecting him. Among them, 3 of the elders were at the advanced stage of the Dao integration stage. Their aura was even stronger than that of the 5 major sect leaders. The 3 of them walked at the front and stood in the air. Looking at the 5 major sects leaders, they sneered. "You can't stop us. However, the day we return will be the day the 5 major sects are destroyed. You will also become blood supplies for the Li family." As the 3 of them finished speaking, divine light radiated from their bodies. They were like heavenly gods, and no one dared to look at them directly. Everyone gasped. Although the 5 major sect leaders were also at the advanced stage of the body refinement stage, they knew that they were no match for these 3 people. This was because not only did they possess ancient bloodlines, but they were also Dao integration stage cultivators who had materialized their Dao bodies. Extreme Enbat Kill. Extreme Frost Purgatory. Blood Sea Cover the Sky. The 3 of them shouted coldly, and under the divine light around their bodies, a huge blood-red bat shadow rose up behind them. Then the eyes of the 3 of them became long and thin, and a long row of exposed teeth appeared, causing people to be intimidated just by looking at them. As their voices fell, their attacks instantly engulfed all the cultivators of the 5 major sections. Whoosh! In an instant, a Dao integration stage cultivator from the Tongbi sect exploded into a pool of blood. The 3 of them sucked in the air and absorbed all his blood. The Wanjian sect leader's long sword transformed into thousands of streaks of light. He soared into the sky with a solemn expression. The Divine Vein sect leader's body was engulfed in raging flames. His eyes glowed green. He actually possessed the bloodline of the Fire Wolf. The 5 major sect leaders all unleashed their powers to suppress the 3 of them. In particular, the 100 Smelting sect leader held a huge cauldron in his hand. It was as if there were raging flames within it. As the cauldron expanded, it forcibly engulfed an elder of the Leaf family who was at the advanced stage of the soul formation stage. Many Dao integration stage cultivators from the 5 major sects fought with the Leaf family. The entire mountain peak of the Godly Saber sect trembled. The mountains and earth shook, and the clouds changed color. Often, the clash of swords and sabers would continue for thousands of meters. However, Long Chun still didn't appear. Bam, bam, bam. The people from the 5 major sects retreated in defeat. Many of them were injured or killed. The Li family also suffered heavy losses. Apart from the 3 late-stage Dao integration stage elders who had materialized their Dao bodies, the rest were all killed. The 3 people who had materialized their Dao bodies were bathed in divine light. Even though they were severely injured, they recovered in an instant. One of them even had his physical body destroyed by the 5 major sect leaders. However, his soul seed was still intact. These were Dao integration stage cultivators who had materialized their Dao bodies. There was a world of difference between them and ordinary Dao integration stage cultivators. Do you know what you're doing? Once my young master's nameplate shatters, what awaits you is an endless massacre. The elder whose physical body had been destroyed shouted with a venomous expression. The person beside him shouted, "You country bumpkins can't take us down. The most powerful attack you have is only an emperor-level martial arts technique. Moreover, none of you have materialized your Dao bodies." However, at this moment, the 2 of them suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. A wave of murderous intent surged straight into their hearts. The 3 of them instantly had goosebumps all over their bodies. They instinctively retreated rapidly. At this moment, numerous dark stars swept out from the darkness. Their murderous intents were ready to be unleashed. The moment they retreated, they felt a flash of lightning and thunder behind them. Unknowingly, a long sword had already landed on Li Chenya's neck. The moment the 3 of them turned around, they saw Long Chun, who was covered in scales and had a pair of wings on his back. Lightning surged from his body as he bound Li Chenya in his hands. You're from the Dark Star Organization. The people from the 5 major sects are actually related to the Dark Star Organization. Is this what you're relying on? Chapter 270. Outlook within the Godly Saber sect. The appearance of Long Chun and several Purple Star assassins instantly caused the 3 late-stage, immortal soul integration cultivators of the Li clan to fall into a passive position. A month ago, they had flown 10,000 meters high on the back of a demonic beast, but they had been ambushed by 10 Purple Star cultivators and suffered heavy losses. The Dark Star Organization was even more infamous in the ancient desolate land, and they were known as the King of the Dark Forces. When they saw the Dark Star assassin, their hearts trembled. Long Chun stared at the 3 of them and said, "Go back and tell your masters that the 5 biggest sect have captured Li Chenya. If they want to keep him alive, prepare 300,000 top-level spirit stones." The faces of the 3 Dao integration experts were ashen, but Li Chenya had already fallen into Long Chun's hands. Li Chenya took a deep look at Long Chun and said, "The Purple Star emissary at the Void Return stage? I didn't expect the holy sons of the 5 great sects to have such an identity." Li Chenya looked at Long Chun. His expression was surprisingly calm, but even so, Long Chun's powerful divine mind caught a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. The 3 Dao integration stage elites stared blankly at Long Chun and said coldly, "All right, but if you dare to kill our young master, what awaits you will be the wrath of the human king. Let's go." The 3 of them were surrounded by divine light, and the air trembled wherever they passed. Even the 5 sect leaders did not dare to face them head-on. At this moment, the Dao integration stage experts of the 5 major sects were all severely injured. Facing the 3 of them, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Whether it was cultivation, martial skills, or bloodline power, he was far inferior to them. This was a clan with an ancient bloodline. They had the most compatible cultivation methods, and they also had the most suitable god-level legacy martial techniques. They knew that if it weren't for Long Chun and the Purple Star assassins, they would have had to pay a painful price to kill these people. However, at this moment, Long Chun stared at the dead elder of the Li clan, who possessed the physical body of the Great Path, and said, "The 2 of them can leave, but you have to stay." The three Tao integration final stage powerful beings shuddered, and two of them harumphed coldly as they looked at their companion, who only had a soul seed left, with dark expressions on their faces. As for the Li clan elder whose physical body had been severed and only his soul seed left, he had no chance of escaping under the eyes of the many experts of the five major sects. Wait for the wrath of the Li clan. The two Tao integration stage super mighty figures disappeared into the distance. Even though they had achieved a resounding victory, all of them wore dark expressions on their faces. They knew that they had no choice but to let these two go today. If they fought to the death, even if they won today, 3 of the 5 sect leaders would die, not to mention the other Tao integration stage elders. Even though they had managed to take down Li Qinya with the help of Long Chun and Purple Star, could they really go up against the ancient race? There were only 3 Tao integration experts who had condensed their Tao bodies, but they already felt powerless. Long Chun moved his sword and pierced Li Qinya's dantian. Li Qinya's shrill cry rang in everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked and looked at Long Chun in a daze. This scream scared away the fear in their hearts. Long Chun stepped on Li Qinya and stared coldly at the people of the 5 major sections. What's the use of being afraid now? Can you still turn back? Looking at all the Tao integration stage powerful beings of the 5 major sects, Long Chun knew that he had achieved his goal today. Now that the 5 major sects had completely severed ties with the Li clan and the ancient race, they were tied to Long Chun. Li Qinya screamed at the top of his lungs and glared at Long Chun. You actually dared to destroy my cultivation. Just you wait. All of you will die. Within a month, you've killed at least thousands of people and devoured their flesh and blood. If it weren't for the fact that I need you to buy some time, I wouldn't have just destroyed you, Long Chun said indifferently. The people of the 5 major sects felt a chill in their hearts. They feared the Li clan and the ancient race from the bottom of their hearts, but Long Chun didn't seem to care at all. He could even kill Li Qinya with a wave of his hand. By time, when my father, grandfather, and a few other Tao integration stage powerful beings arrive, the entire 5 major sects will be turned into a land of death. Li Qinya was in a frenzy. He didn't expect Long Chun to destroy him without a word. Long Chun looked at the stunned crowd and shook his head slightly. Take him away and lock him up. He's completely useless now. As Long Chun spoke, he walked to the side of the illusory soul seed that was captured. This person was glowing, but didn't have a physical body. This was the advantage of having a Tao integration stage body. At this moment, if there was a chance, this person could use the soul seed to possess someone else's body. Even though there were many restrictions, he could still survive. What were you doing? The old man who had transformed into a soul stared at Long Chun with a trace of fear. Unfortunately, although he wasn't dead, he didn't have a physical body and couldn't manifest his cultivation. He was restrained by the 5 major sections. Long Chun slowly walked to his side and placed his right hand between the eyebrows of the old man's illusory soul seed. A powerful divine consciousness that was as vast as the galaxy poured out. What exactly are you, Plop? The old man who had transformed into a soul suddenly prostrated himself on the ground and trembled. Then, his entire soul turned into a faint spiritual glow and dissipated. Only a human-shaped soul seed remained in his dantian and was taken away by Long Chun. When everyone saw this, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Even the 5 major sects subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Tao integration stage cultivators with Tao integration stage bodies could have an indestructible soul seed. Even the 5 major sects could only trap them. If they wanted to kill them, they would need to refine them. However, Long Chun only took 2 breaths. As for the old man, he felt an extremely terrifying pressure before his soul dissipated. Let's disperse. Come to the Central Plaza tomorrow afternoon. I have something to tell you. For the next few days, prepare to face the Li clan and the ancient clan. If there are no accidents, the Li clan will be the foundation for you to enter the ancient desolate land. Long Chun turned and left. After Long Chun left, everyone looked at each other. For some reason, they didn't have the slightest intention of disobeying Long Chun. It was as if everything was natural. After a moment of silence, everyone looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Now that things had come to this, they could only take one step at a time. Long Chun had become their last straw of hope. In the 100 Smelting Clan, Long Chun looked at the soul seed in his hand and muttered to himself, "Now that the 5 major sects have stabilized, there won't be any more anomalies. However, I don't know when the Lee clan will come. I have to set up a large array that connects the 5 major sections. Only then will I have enough time to absorb the spiritual energy of the 5 spirit veins. And this soul seed, if I can refine it into a soul-breaking pill, then I should be able to condense a Tao integration stage body on the day I step into the Tao integration stage." Long Chen knew that he was going to face a human king expert. This was a battle that he couldn't afford to lose. This battle was for Yi Halen's freedom, for the 5 major sects to enter the ancient desolate land, and for himself. Chapter 271. Preparations. Lichinya was imprisoned at the peak of the Godly Saber sect, guarded by the leaders of the 5 major sections. On the other side, Long Chun, as the Holy Sun, was the leader of the 5 major sections. All the Tao integration stage elders were in awe of him. They knew that Long Chun was the key to their victory in this battle. The Tao integration stage elders and disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan stood in a daze on the battle platform. On the battle platform, beneath their feet, the entire battle platform was engraved with a dense array formation. According to Long Chun, this array formation could be connected to the 5 major sections. Each sect had to build 9 array bases, each of which required a Tao integration stage cultivator to guard. Looking at the array formations all over the ground, every 100 smelting sect disciple bowed deeply to Long Chun, regardless of whether they were Tao integration stage elders or void return disciples. Their eyes were full of reverence. However, Long Chun did not do anything personally after leaving behind this array formation. After all, this array formation was an 8th grade king rank. Although he knew how to set it up, it was very difficult to do it. It was better to let the elders and disciples of the Tao integration stage study it slowly. He went to the peak of the Godly Saber sect. On the peak, a black iron pavilion had been set up. There was a figure on each of the 5 corners of the pavilion. They were the leaders of the 5 major sections. When the 5 of them saw Long Chun, they did not look relaxed. Instead, they looked a little solemn. After Lichinya was crippled and the Li ancient clan fled in defeat, their anger was replaced by fear. However, there was no turning back. The leader of the Godly Saber sect looked a little pale. He asked Long Chun repeatedly, "Can you really reach the Tao integration stage in a short time? If you reach the Tao integration stage, can you form a Tao body? Can you really kill a human king? There are 3 human kings in the Li family. Can you fight all 3 of them?" As soon as the leader of the Godly Saber sect finished speaking, the other 4 sect leaders' faces darkened. They shouted, "Shut up!" At this moment, Lichinya suddenly burst into laughter inside the pentagonal pavilion. His shrill voice sent chills down everyone's spine. Lichinya couldn't help but sneer. A path integration stage, cultivator slaughtering 3 human kings. Apart from the 10 heaven-defying Tao children of the ancient desolate land, who else would dare to say such arrogant words? I didn't expect that the leaders of the 5 major clans would actually be deceived by an early-stage void reversion lad. The Li clan and the ancient clans have only been here for about 20 days. Even if we launched a large-scale attack, it would only take 30 days. An early-stage void reversion cultivator entering the Tao integration stage within 30 days? What a fool's dream. Li Qianye sneered in his heart when he saw the faces of the 5 sect masters. Unfortunately, his smile gradually disappeared when he saw Long Chen's face. Long Chen didn't seem to have made up his mind. He stood under the pavilion and said to the leaders of the 5 sects, It's really a waste for the 5 of you to guard this place every day. After all, he's just a cripple now. Any disciple can easily kill him. The leaders of the 5 major clans shook their heads. They didn't want to leave, nor did they dare to leave. Li Qianye was their protective talisman. He was the protective talisman of the 5 major clans. If he escaped, once the Li clan and the ancient clans arrived, what awaited them would be eternal damnation. The entire 5 major clans would be bathed in blood. Long Chun shook his head. He seemed to have been prepared for this. He continued, I'll set up an array formation on the peak of this mountain for the disciples of the 5 major clans who have reached the void reversion stage to cultivate. The 5 of you will use your own cultivation as the foundation and cycle back and forth. Is that okay? The leaders of the 5 major clans smiled bitterly. However, they all nodded and agreed. Long Chun was the last straw that they could grab onto. Whether they believed it or not, they still had to shoot the arrow that was knocked on the bow. They naturally wouldn't resist Long Chen's suggestion, putting all their hopes on a young man of the void reversion stage. This was nothing more than cutting off all means of retreat. Long Chun didn't hesitate and quickly began to carve. This moment lasted for 2 whole days and 1 night. On the entire peak, as the dantions of the 5 major clans flickered, the entire peak was suffused with 5 rays of light of the 5 elements. Ripples flickered on the platform on the peak, and the space seemed to be distorted. Even though it was right in front of them, they couldn't see it clearly. It was extremely mysterious. This array is called the 5 Elements Spirit-Breaking Array. With the dantions of the 5 of you as the foundation, it condenses the will of the 5 elements and circulates endlessly. As long as the 5 of you don't leave this place, the array will continue to circulate without any side effects, Long Chun said calmly. The 5 of them were shocked by Long Chen's ability. They only felt that they were looking at Long Chun in a different light. An emperor-level alchemist, an array master, heaven-defying combat strength, unparalleled talent. However, at this moment, Li Qianye sneered again. He looked at the array and said, Now you still want to cultivate disciples to fight against the ancient clans of the Li clan? Why don't you kneel down and beg me? When the time comes, I might let you die a quick death and leave some foundation for the 5 major clans. The ancient clans of the Li clan have inherited the bloodline of the ancient times. There are no less than 10,000 Dao integration cultivators, more than 1,000 who have condensed the Dao body, no less than 100,000 void return cultivators, countless soul transformation cultivators, and even 3 human kings. Now, do you still think there is a need for this array to exist? Li Qianye's words were like ice on a rainy night, making everyone tremble in fear and feel a chill down their spines. 100,000 void return cultivators and close to 10,000 Dao integration cultivators. This ancient clan of a Li clan, could they really fight against it? Noisy. However, at this moment, Long Chun suddenly spoke. He waved his right hand in the air, and Li Qianye's entire body actually broke free from the protection of the 5 major clans and was directly caught in his hand. After stepping into the void return realm, Long Chun had regained a lot of control over his divine consciousness. This scene stunned the 5 major clans. Their divine consciousness seal seemed to have no effect on Long Chun at all. Long Chun looked at Li Qianye's neck, and his eyes were full of coldness. He stared into Li Qianye's eyes and said indifferently, "It seems that they are too good to you." Li Qianye looked into Long Chen's eyes, which were as deep as a cold lake, and swallowed subconsciously. He only felt a chill down his spine. This gaze was too different from the eyes of the 5 major clans. It was as if he could take his life at any time. At this moment, Jian San, Yi Hailan, and the others walked up with batches of void returned disciples. They said in a deep voice, "Master, the first batch of people has been brought here." Long Chen nodded slightly and said, "From now on, I will leave this place to you. Yi will refine the elixirs, and everything within the array will be left to Yanli. I will add in the martial techniques and battle techniques. If you have any questions, you can ask the various clans." 13. There's one more thing for you to do here, Long Chen instructed. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.